ways and working tirelessly to create an integrated national transportation system that will positively impact our economy, trade, employment, business, and national cohesion. Have we achieved everything we set out to do? Of course not. Could we have done more? Undoubtedly, there's always room for improvement. On reflection, the notion of running for president would have been far beyond the imagination of the young lad running around the streets of Cube or our small compound in Lubima. Not to talk of the young, indigent student leader, mobilizing peers at the University of Port Harcourt. But my aspiration is not about fulfilling any personal ambition. I am contesting for the office because I believe that it is my moral duty to give what I can in the service of my country.
Now that Amaechi has declared to run for the presidency on the APC's banner, what really are his chances?
There's no doubt, like he said, that it's going to be tough. But with a man, Chibuike Rotimi Amaechi, as a flag bearer, which I know that definitely all lines will fall for him at the end of the day in APC, and all lines will also fall for him, on the election day proper, where Nigerians are going to determine their destinies. And I'm sure that with God that he has always trusted, with God that we have always trusted, we have also always believed in him, in the capacity that he has. You can understand the man we are talking about, the man who has respect for those who made him. That man is Chibuike Rotimi Amaechi, 2023 president.
For him, he will continue. Look at the railway revolution. Look at the road revolution. The Niger Bridge, what Fashola has done there. It's the same kind of thing we're talking about. Look at the border, Bonny Road. These are roads that people thought would have been impossible. It's as difficult like the Third Mainland Bridge of Lagos. And this administration of Buhari is doing it. We are also having what the cleanup of Ogoni. Those are the things that Buhari government has come to do, that Amaechi will continue. Women in politics, giving opportunity to women. When he was a governor of Rivers State, when he was in this state, a lot of women had political positions and they did very well. And also the youth had scholarships. We had scholarship and bursaries. And for education to flourish well, he has to replicate what he did when he was in Rivers State. Remember, he won the best UBE in Nigeria then, who were in the board of Universal Basic Education Board. So if he replicates that UBE standard in the federation, the real UBE, we will begin to see quality kind of graduates coming out from our schools.
I'm happy, more happy than surprised, but of course, until it happens. My father said you don't believe in your breakfast until you've eaten it. So of course, we wanted to see the declaration live, which we have seen. But many people are celebrating, and I'm happy, and I'm celebratory as well. But now the work begins. There's a lot of work. We have to go around the length and breadth of the country, reaching out to people, preaching out to people. And that, I think, is something that the Rotimi Amaechi is, that I know is very comfortable doing. So we'll be joining him on that exercise. Of course, we have interest in the state as well, but we're going to have to mix both.
There is a common saying, one with God is majority. Because he has divine backing, I already said, from across the nation, men will just align. And before you know, what started like a small seed here, I'm sure you were amazed at the crowd that turned out here today. A lot of people were wondering, where will the people come? People have even said there is no APC in Rivers State, but you are here. You saw the crowd for yourself. Surely, the God of heaven who brought him here today will cause every other line to fall in place, and the glory will be all his. And Nigeria will surely be better for it.
Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? I said nobody. Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? I said nobody. Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? Who can battle with the Lord? I said nobody.
we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi, and this is the news update. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has said that he would remain in the PDP even if he does not win the presidential ticket. He said this while addressing stakeholders of the Niger Delta chapter of the PDP on his intention to contest for president at the party secretariat in Minna today. He added that there was nothing wrong with a consensus candidate if it's based on equity, justice, and fairness. While Deputy Senate President Ovio Mwagege has said that the Delta State Governor, Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, spends 2 billion naira on political appointees in the state monthly when he can't even pay retirees their monthly pension, having worked for 35 years. Mwagege made a statement at the declaration for the APC aspirants in Warri Delta State. Our Delta State correspondent Apomejo Friday reports that Omwagege said that the present government of the PDP in the state has failed Delta in all sectors and that it's time for everyone to wake up and vote out that party.
Our civil servants, our parents who gave their life, the best part of their lives, in the service of this state. Some of them have retired in 8, 9, 10 years. Until today, they have not been paid their retirement benefits. Meanwhile, Okowa is busy every day employing I never talk much like that. Una know, Abi? Okowa spends 2 billion naira. 2 billion naira every month on these people who do not contribute anything to governance. But our civil servants, our youths who need gainful employment, he will not give you jobs. Enough is...
Delta State Commissioner for Information Charles Aniago debunked these allegations made against Governor Ifeanyi Okowa. Aniago said those appointees are those helping the government to develop the 25 local government areas of the state, and that this shows that the Deputy Senate President is not on the ground to know what the government has done.
We need to remind him that he needs to go and visit Obiaruku and see what is going on with the Obiaruku bridge. We need to also tell him that before we came on board, our people from Indokwa West to Indokwa East were making use of what we call pontoon, a particular kind of boat that have to convey vehicles from Indokwa West to join our people in the Beneku houses, not to come and display their ignorance of the issues as they are on ground. He does not know that we have built bridges even very close to his community. it means he is not on ground. If he's not aware that a number of secondary schools have been transformed and they now look like a university, it means that he's not very much on ground. If he's not aware that over 20,000 and by remotely more than 200,000 deltas, young ones, have been taken off the street on account of our empowerment programs, then it means he does not understand what it means to grow an economy of a state.
The PDP has further adjusted its timetable and schedule of activities for the 2023 general elections. The PDP, who announced the adjustments in a statement by its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologwagba, in Abuja, said that the new closing date for the purchase of forms has been extended to Tuesday, April 19, while the last day for the submission of completed forms has been extended to Wednesday, April 20. Ologwagba said that the party adjusted the timetable to make up for the 2 days public holiday for Easter celebrations, as announced by the federal government. Now, WAEC says there is no clash in its exam dates with this year's Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination, UTME, organized by JAMB. The Council's head of national office, Mr. Patrick Arengo, made a clarification during an interview in Lagos. He was speaking against the backdrop of concerns raised by some stakeholders that the clash might endanger the performance of some candidates in both exams. Operatives of Amotekun Corps in Ondo State have apprehended 2 underage armed robbers who named themselves after 2 Nigeria's notorious robbers, Oyenusi and Anini. They were arrested alongside their mothers, who always fortify them with local charms while going for robbery operations. They were paraded by the state commander of Amotekun, Adetunji Adelaye. They are part of the 19 suspects paraded for various offenses, and they said they were arrested at different robbery scenes in the state.
These ones that we are parading, we've concluded investigations and we are set to send them to the DPP office so that their cases could be transferred to the courts. It is amazing that we have a second-time juvenile armed robber here who named himself Oyenusi. And his first timer here is 12-year-old, and he says that he has to climb stools to keep his weapon on the ceiling.
Adamawa State government has declared an end to the recent cholera outbreak in some council areas of the state, which claimed the lives of 55 persons. While declaring the cholera epidemic over at a press conference in Yola, the State Commissioner for Health, Professor Issa Belahi, said since the beginning of the first confirmed case of cholera outbreak in the state in July last year, a total of 1,959 suspected cases with 55 deaths have been recorded. The commissioner, however, cautioned that the declaration of the end of cholera does not suggest a time to relax. He expressed gratitude to the WHO, United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and other partners that collaborated with the state government in managing cholera from when it broke out in July last year to now, to keep both infections and fatalities as low as it could be helped. He also said the state recently recorded its first case ever confirmed of monkeypox early this year.
Since we have not recorded any case despite heightened surveillance for cholera for several weeks, the government and partners are happy to declare the cholera outbreak over. Since the beginning of the outbreak, a total of 1,959 suspected cases with 55 deaths were recorded, and this gives a case fatality rate of 2.8%. However, this does not suggest a time to relax. but a window of opportunity to heighten our preparedness against cholera and other vaccine-preventable diseases. It is worthy of note to also bring to your notice that Adamawa State recently recorded its first ever confirmed case of monkeypox early this year, 2022. After a few weeks, an outbreak of same disease occurred in the Yola North Correctional Center with 37 inmates affected.
Let's now get to other parts of Africa. A total of 395 people have been killed and a total of 40,723 people have also been affected by flood in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province since Monday. That's according to local authorities. The government has now declared a state of emergency in the affected areas and has pledged $68 million to help thousands of affected people. It's been raining heavily in KwaZulu-Natal since the weekend, which damaged roads, homes, schools, electricity poles, and many government infrastructure.
It is terrible. I was in the UN meeting yesterday, countries sending messages of condolences and solidarity for South Africa, specifically for KZN. Having communities that are locked out of opportunities, work, lives being lost, properties being lost, this is devastating. For us as human settlement, we are counting, and it's still increasing. That's why I'm saying people need to know that as we read out these figures, they must note that these figures might increase. We're talking about 4,000 houses that have completely been damaged as we speak, 8,000 partially damaged as we speak. And this number could be increasing because there's been areas where they've not been able to access as in terms of technical assessment.
And as you can see, a lot of debris and waste has come down because of the recent heavy rains that have lashed our city. And currently we're on a cleanup campaign, and I would say it'll take a few days for us to get cleared.
Let's now get outside Africa. One person was killed and 18 wounded when the Russian missile hit one of the central district of Ukraine's northeastern Kharkiv region today. The missile hit a former factory in the area of Konin Raynoch at around 11 a.m. local time. Ukrainian emergency service spokesperson Yevhen Vasilenko said the missile produced a fire of 1,500 square meters. It partially damaged nearby buildings, including multi-story residential buildings. Britain's Prince Harry and his wife, Meghan, attended the opening ceremony of the Invictus Games for injured veterans in The Hague today. The Games is a multi-sport event created in 2017 by Prince Harry, who served as a soldier in Afghanistan for military personnel wounded in action. This year's event had been delayed due to the COVID-19 pandemic. That brings us to sports news. Brighton halted Tottenham's charge towards a place in next season's Champions League. Leandro Trossard struck in the 90th minute to secure a 1-0 win for the visitors on Saturday. Spurs' lead over Arsenal in the battle for fourth place in the Premier League remains 3 points, but the Gunners now have 2 games in hand. Antonio Conte's men had won 4 consecutive games, starting with a 2-0 win at Brighton last month to turn around the Italians' roller coaster first season in charge. However, the prolific Harry Kane and Son Heung-min were kept very quiet as the home side struggled to create any clear-cut chances. Brighton did Tottenham a big favor by ending a 7-game winless run last weekend at Arsenal. That's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I'm Tolu Ojeomi. Thanks for watching. Good evening.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on PlusTvAfrica, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then, in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So I started skating, and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this recycling thing. So I was like, what's this stupid thing, this one tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of a thing. When I was doing it alone then, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we need to do all this in cycle, so our coach used to feed us.
starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they're like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what's it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview, and like, wow, I want to be my child, I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid like, take this 2K, that was the beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know till the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing, if they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, she should not break leg, she should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, you go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this thing money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell you that we only have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
You know, for a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lekon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue, like we need a proper academy. We need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition, but there is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition. It takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like for example in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from the family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
SA Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it used to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags, but if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know SA Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. When there's something to promote Africa, when there's something to promote Nigeria, we also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
Hello, this is Face and Style, your weekly dose of real estate education, and I am so delighted you're sharing your evening with me. On the previous edition, we started the conversation around the importance of estate survey and valuation, and luckily we still have our amazing expert come to continue the conversation with us. And also we have other segments on the show to provide you with trends and tips to put you on the top of your game in all your real estate transactions. My name is Olamide Unifade, and I will be back in a moment. Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. Earlier before the break, I stated that we are still discussing the essence of estate survey and valuation. And please join me to welcome Mr. Osatu Osawaye again, a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers. He is the past chairman of the Faculty of Plant and Equipment, Nigerian Institute of Surveyors and Valuers. He has worked with various companies ranging from Knight Frank and Rutley to Odudu and Associates and Salty Nigeria Limited. Presently, he is the founder of Osatu Osawaye & Co. and also the team lead of Barra Builder Services Limited. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again.
I'm so delighted that you're coming here again.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. So last week I had a conversation around valuation. Why do I need an estate surveyor and valuer instead of an estate agent? We talked about what can help you to boost your valuation reports. We talked about why you need a valuation report. So going forward, I would like to say, this quackery of a business, what is the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, what are they doing about it to eradicate them from the street? And I know why I'm saying this. It's even tedious for us in our business as lawyers to conduct our business. They come, you want to transact a business, you have a closing to do. And you see all of them in your office fight over fees and all that. They call you at odd times. They don't understand when you're talking to them about title. They don't even understand. Theirs is, I've brought a client and we need to close the deal today. They don't even give you adequate time to do your search and all that. So it's a bit, their activities is a bit unpalatable. So I would say, what is the Nigerian Institute doing to combat this menace?
All right, thank you, Lamide. It's good to know that you're a lawyer. You understand that every profession has its own challenges, you know. And agency is a legitimate business. Like I keep saying, the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers has tried and is still trying. And what we have done now is to have an association of estate agents, you know, supervised by the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, to try and remove all the cobwebs, all the bad eggs in the estate agency business, and get them to work supervised by a professional body like us.
Okay, to cut you, and sorry to cut you in, it means that's going to be an all-comers affair. You don't have to have any training in that regard. You can just
you need to have you need to have some form of training. Like I keep saying, agency, anybody can be your agent, but it is the value you place on your asset that determines the kind of agent you approach. But what the Nigerian Institution of Estate Surveyors has done further is to sanitize the practice of agency. One of the things we do, apart from a whole gamut of other things we do as estate surveyors and valuers, is agency. Agency just means I am representing you as an agent to sell whatever you want to sell. That's not all that we do. And we understand that agency in all climes, it's a free entry and a free exit thing. An housewife can be an estate agent to her husband. A son can be an estate agent, an agent to his father. But we need to guide and supervise their activities so that the issues of quackery and somebody running away with your money is being dealt with when you have a supervisory body that you can report that fellow to or hold that person accountable to. That is why the Lagos State government is having estate agents registered to practice in Lagos.
But you are combating that. Your institution is combating that.
No, we're not combating that.
Okay.
All we're saying is that they do not regulate the practice of estate surveying and valuation. They can regulate an aspect of our profession, which is agency within Lagos State. It is the duty of every well-meaning government to do that, just like they are trying to regulate the issue of advance payment of rent. We're trying to protect its citizens to say, look, if I put my money in the hand of this estate agent, I should be able to go to sleep, that I will get value.
Soon, and I think you're going to come back to discuss that issue of this monthly
advance
rate.
Payment of rent.
Yes, and monthly rent and all of that. So this takes us to the question of why do landlords prefer to use the services of lawyers as compared to using the services of estate surveyors, who are the ones that are trained in the art and science of property management?
You see, the issue of your preference is a function of your enlightenment. You know, when you choose to use a lawyer, it's because you don't understand the benefits of working with an estate surveyor and valuer. A lawyer can only deal with one aspect of your real estate holding, egress and ingress of tenants. But estate surveyor can advise you beyond just putting a tenant in your house, the maintenance aspect of the house, the making sure the house can continue to return value for your investment. These are all the skills that the estate surveyor and valuer has that the lawyer doesn't know, doesn't have a clue about. But it's a synergy. But I will advise any discerning landowner or property owner to always go to the professional. The lawyers are there to draw up the agreements, to manage the tenancy cycle of the property, of the asset. But the property management itself is the job of an estate surveyor and valuer. We work in synergy. You know, we need each other to render professional services to our clients.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osawaye. We are due for a short break. Please don't go away. Thank you for staying with us. We are still talking about estate surveying and valuation, and Mr. Osato Osawaye is still here with us. But please stay with us. We're due for a short break. We'll be back shortly. Welcome back, everyone, and thank you so much for staying glued to your screens, and you're still watching Space and Style. And I have Mr. Osato Osawaye with me. Thank you again. I can't thank you enough for always coming here. So, the last time we were talking about property management and all that, but there's also an element which is project coordination, project management on site. I have heard arguments from estate surveyors saying that it is within their jurisdiction to coordinate all the professionals on site, on building sites, from the conception to the completion and to probably the sale of the property. I don't agree. Why do you think it's so?
Well, you see, the estate surveyor is a unique professional. We are trained in almost all the aspects of the built environment. You know, so we understand some elements of law, a lot of elements of law, some elements of design, some elements of construction. So we are a rounded professional. That is why we can handle the conception of the project. From the time you think of a project, I want to invest in real estate, you need to consult an estate surveyor and valuer to tell you what aspect of real estate you should actually throw in your money. Is it residential? Is it commercial? Then when you're coming up with a design, the estate surveyor can also tell you if you put this type of building here, you are assured of this type of rental income or this type of capital value if you want to sell. So that is the unique role the estate surveyor has, or the unique role the estate surveyor plays. So we're the best among the built environment, the construction team, to be able to advise you from inception to the conclusion of the transaction. And the transaction is not concluded when you finish the project. The project needs to be able to render income in terms of rental income or sales income if you want to sell. So who is best to handle project management than the person that is there when you are conceiving the idea to the person that will manage the already conceived idea when it's in brick and mortar. That is why we say the estate surveyor is the best project manager.
Okay, I see your point. So what is viability, what is feasibility of property investment?
All right, thank you. Feasibility, as the word implies, you want to see if is the project feasible. Can I put this structure here based on zoning, based on land use, based on government regulations? Is a block of 12 flats feasible in Magodo, Shangisha?
Okay, so you're telling me that you have...
And based on also, sorry to interject, based on also the land, in terms of the terrain of the land, can it take a 12-story building?
Are you telling me you have elements of structural engineering knowledge?
That's part of that's why the estate surveyor and valuer is the most rounded professional in the building industry. We do engineering, we do graphics. We are almost like a jack of all trade and a master of all trade to some extent.
So you also liaise with government regulators?
Yes, we can handle the issues of approval. We can handle the issues of consent, because these are terrains.
Don't go there.
These are terrains that we're very familiar with.
Not documentation. That's the exclusive preserve of
not document. All right, let's not go into that very far. So that's why the estate surveyor, the feasibility, like I was saying, is this land feasible for this project that I have in mind? Then the viability is my investment worthwhile? Will it generate the expected income that I have in mind compared to the alternative uses I could have employed my ₦1 or my $1? So feasibility and viability is a combination of the things you need to do before you part with your money. Do I invest my 100 million on the mainland or on the island? Do I build a commercial property or a residential property? Do I do a mall or I do a shopping complex? They are two different things. Do I do warehouses or do I do open parking for trailers?
Because I can see a lot of sense in what you're saying, because most times clients come to us and say, please source for a land for us. I get the services of an estate agent. We just look at the land. Oh, is it good? I go on to do the search and boom, it's built.
The man buys and he can't get returns for his investment.
Wow.
And he's wondering, oh, Lamide, why did you get me to invest in a trailer park at Tinkan?
Some don't even know that there are particular designations for, building. Sometimes you can go and buy a farmland for residential purpose.
Yes, you can, if you don't get the proper
advice. I know
advice.
A client that got into that quagmire. He already bought, he already paid, and it was coming to...
And the agent has walked away with his fees.
The agent, they are so good at hurrying you up. They tell you there are about 10 people on this project. They are paying this week. Please pay. So what I tell my clients, investing in us is the best decision you can make. Yeah. And it's a lifelong decision.
Take your time.
Take your time. If
Do your due diligence.
I'm telling you, if that land goes, another one will come. Another one would come. But agents, because they want to get their money, so I'm always very, very wary of them. So most transactions, I'm not friends with them, because they were like, oh, lawyer, what to do? What's the problem? But I would say, just take your time. Thank you very much. I've really learned a lot from this conversation.
Same here. I've also enjoyed it.
And as usual, we're out of time. So quickly, can you take us through tips on buying and selling. And what I mean is, what should inform your decision? Aside from all the other stuff you talked about the viability and feasibility, we're talking about hospitals. Should it be a determining factor? Schools and all that. Do you think they are determining factors to buy property or even sell?
Well, it depends. To buy a property, you must look at the alternative, what we call the opportunity cost. There's always an opportunity cost for every naira or dollar you want to spend. Alternative investment. So if I'm investing in treasury bill compared to real estate, is it worth my while? So if you're investing in real estate, you must make sure, are you investing for rental income or for capital appreciation? These are issues that you need to discuss with an estate surveyor and valuer. It is not something you can discuss casually. You need a professional with depth of the market to advise you that go into the market for rental appreciation, go into the market for capital appreciation. These are things that you need to consult an estate surveyor and valuer for. And Lamide won't like to render that service for free because that is why we're called professionals and that's how we earn an income.
And especially you who is a fellow. So tell me, what does it take to become a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyor and Valuers? It takes expertise, it takes mentoring, and it takes development, and it's something that you have to earn. It is not a right, it's a privilege. It's the institution that will deem you privileged enough to be endowed with such pinnacle of your professional practice. So it's equivalent to the status of a senior advocate of Nigeria in the legal profession.
Yes.
Wow, I'm really impressed. Thank you very much for coming.
You're welcome.
I am so grateful. I really had a nice time. And I hope that when we call you, you'll come again.
Definitely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Osatu.
You're welcome, madam.
Thank you very much. I hope you had a nice time. I did. So moving on, we have the design tip of the week.
My name is Dr. Maureen Kebasharu, CEO Creative Director at Dewey Options Limited, an interior design firm. So today, we're going to talk about the common mistakes we make in design or decorating our spaces. So I'm going to start with colors. Some people use dark colors in small spaces. So it's important we know what the use of color, the importance of colors. So we can use colors to make a space look bigger. So you can imagine you have a small space and using very dark colors. So that means you make the space look smaller. So that's a common mistake that people make. Another mistake is not taking measurement, of the space you want to decorate. So you have a really big space and you're putting like a sparse number of furniture in there, or you're not putting furniture of appropriate sizing, to space. So when people don't take measurement of their spaces, they can place inappropriate furniture or inappropriate decorations in the space. Another mistake is actually the curtains. So you have people put their curtain just above the window sill, and you have very high ceiling, and that looks quite inappropriate in the space. So when you have high ceiling, even if you have normal ceiling, you want your curtain to start from up there, really close to the ceiling, to give that feel of height, for the ceiling. So let's note that mistake as well. Another mistake actually is the rug size. So your rug is actually supposed to have all the furniture around it sit in it, right? So let's take the dining space, for example. You don't put a rug that just hides under the table or under the chairs, so your chairs are away from the rug and you have your rug right there in the dining space. So your rug must be big enough to have your dining set, which is the table and the chairs all sit in it. So we must pay attention to the rug size in the living room, in the dining room, even in the bedroom. You should use appropriate. You can have a really huge bedroom and you just put a very tiny rug. Your rug must be appropriate to the size of the room you're trying to decorate. So another thing is the lighting. So like we all know that lighting, is what gives life to your design project or to your living space anyways. So some people will use lighting just in one corner in the room, and the other spaces look kind of dark and spooky. So you have to have lighting across the room. So lighting is very important. We have to understand that lighting must be spread across the room in a nice way. So another thing is actually the painting placement. Oh my God, I see this all of the time. So some people place the painting, it's a wall art for crying out loud, to decorate your space. They put it so high up there and people come into your space and they have to raise their head up like that. And the same vein for your television. So you want to place your TV on your feature wall and you place it so high up. It shouldn't be like that. It should be at the eye level. It shouldn't be too low and it shouldn't be too high. So placement of your wall art or your TV must be at eye level. So that's important as well. So let me give you a tip. When you're decorating your house yourself, pay attention to these little things like placing your wall painting, which you can cut a piece of cardboard, put your painting or your wall art on it, and mark it on the cardboard. Take the cardboard, take it to your wall and knock your pin at eye level, right, for an average eye person. And then you can hang your painting right there. So I hope today you've been able to learn one or two things. See you again next week.
And lastly on the show is the artisan spot. And for some reason, it's my favorite. Enjoy.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn, assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise, wọ́n lè ta fún 3,000. So àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀n ní fẹ́ fowó kù. Ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn. Kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn. Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò. Assuming tó bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wà yìí, máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi. So mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4. So àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà. Tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, màá kọ̀ pé wọ́n wá. Àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn. So lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà, àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́. Tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school. Ó ń ti school. Tó bá close in school, a wá síbi, a wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn. So ó fi ń ṣe part time. So along the line, ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun ní bí ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Tó bá lè afford ẹ̀, so I go ahead. So èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa, so kò ní doubt. Okay, kò sí problem wọn á ṣe. So láti bẹ̀ lọ, iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn. A gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò, àwọn irin quality. So àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe, ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tó máa padà fún yàn ni. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú foreign àti local nìyẹn. Foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing. Tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè farapẹ́ díẹ̀ ni, ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju ti wọn lọ. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú finishing foreign ni pé material wà tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn. Tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe. Irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn, àwa lo 6 years. A tún fi 6 years sin ọ̀gá. Ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ni, àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn, grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years, 2 years. So àwọn náà ti wà, wọ́n ti gbàyàn dá, àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe. Nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn, mo wà ní bíi 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn. So ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kàn rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́, ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù mí lọ. So àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́. Along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ohun mi kì í gbá, ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ yìí láàyò. Ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀, mo á rí pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni. Ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin, ṣe rá wa ọkùnrin wa gan ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀n fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni, iṣẹ́ ojú ni. Ó ti yé yín, nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fúnṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
We have come to the end of the show this week, and I hope you had a nice time through the insightful discussion by Mr. Osato Osawaye and all the other segments. Please stay with us next week. I am Olamide, and thanks so much for watching. Until next time, this is Space and Style.
Can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. Relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take?
I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science.
Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory?
The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Welcome to Plus Politics right here on Plus TV Africa. My name is Kofi Bartels. On Tuesday, 10 All Progressives Congress governorship aspirants in River State signed a pact to support whoever emerges from the party as its standard bearer in the 2023 general elections. Chibika Mechi-led faction of the party in the state is insisting that the governorship ticket will go to the riverine part of the state. Now joining us to discuss this is the former Director General of the Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency and a one-time governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in River State. He has also previously been a member of the Federal House of Representatives. Dr. Dakuku Peterside, good evening to you.
Good evening, Kofi, and good evening, viewers.
Nice to have you join us today. I've looked at the communique by these 10 aspirants, and you're there.
True, fact.
Why was there a need for the aspirants on the platform of the All Progressives Congress to come out in such a manner?
Thank you very much. If you have followed the history of elections in Rivers State, particularly the primaries of the ruling party, it's been most rancorous. And not only is it rancorous, at the end of the day, whoever emerges as candidate sees himself serving a section of society instead of serving all Rivers people. We thought that wasn't good politics. It's high time we put the interests of Rivers first, above every other consideration. We are one of the most endowed states in the country. We've got very talented people, yet we have not optimized the benefits of our endowment because of the nature of our politics. There's a correlation between politics and development in all its dimensions. And so we met among ourselves and started talking to ourselves on the need to be united in our shared vision, on the need to have a peaceful, orderly, credible process that will throw up a candidate, and that when such a candidate emerges, all of us need to rally around that candidate to run with a pan-Rivers vision, a vision that will give every Rivers man limitless opportunity to achieve his best potentials. And that was the driving force behind the meeting of minds that led to that communique.
Interesting. And of course, this is calling on the governorship position. The aspirants, they say they're going to support whoever comes out at the end of the day. Does this mean that there will be a consensus candidate at the end of the process?
Now, both Electoral Act and the constitution of our party made provision for different methods of choosing a candidate. It could be through direct primaries, indirect primaries, or consensus. That's the provision of the Electoral Act. Now, our party constitution has its own provisions. As a people, we realize as aspirants that only one person can be a candidate at a time, and ultimately one person will become governor of Rivers State. And we are convinced beyond any shred of doubt that the next governor of Rivers State will be elected on the platform of the All Progressives Congress. And so we have agreed that the leader of the party in the state has a key role to play to midwife the process. As progressive aspirants.
So you're talking about the Honorable Minister of Transportation.
That's the leader of the party.
Okay, all right.
And we agreed amongst ourselves as progressive aspirants that have the interest of Rivers State, that are passionate about the development of Rivers State, that are desirous to see the end of the mess that we currently have in Rivers. The misgovernance, the bad leadership that we have in Rivers. We agreed among ourselves that we must have a process in place that will throw up one of us. And as we do, we must all rally around that person. I think the bigger interest is to achieve the Rivers State of our dream and bequeath the Rivers State of our dream to a new generation of Rivers people. That's key.
Okay, all right, interesting. What about the issue of zoning? Because this has been another contentious issue in River State. You know, we have the upline-riverine dichotomy or arrangement. Tell us about this decision, if it is indeed true that at that meeting of the aspirants, there was a decision taken to zone the governorship ticket in the APC to the riverine Ijaw. Can you expatiate on that?
I can explain this to you. I will not say that the party has officially zoned the governorship of River State to the riverine Ijaws. There's an understanding among the leadership of the party that it is only fair, just, and equitable that the governorship should move to the riverine Ijaws. The riverine part of the state is inhabited by the Ijaws, and thank God it's monolithic. One language speaking group, the Ijaws. That's an understanding. And you can see that a pattern has emerged. All 10 aspirants for now that have indicated interest are from the riverine Ijaw stock of the state. That does not foreclose those who are not from that area from aspiring.
Okay.
They have right to aspire.
Forms are still on sale.
Forms? No, well, we've not even commenced the sale of forms.
Oh, you've not
So
commenced
they're
the sale of
protected
forms.
by the constitution of the country, constitution of our party. Nobody's going to stop them from aspiring. But the mood of the state, the dominant opinion, the spirit in the state is that governorship should shift to the riverine Ijaw part of the state. That's in our party. And I believe that that's the desire of most Rivers people.
Okay. Okay. Interesting. So this is an interesting development. I have never seen the All Progressives Congress since it was formed, created.
Disunited.
Yeah, in River State.
It's a new era.
And you have quite a number of names there. Yourself, you have Tonya Princewell, who stood against you in 2015. You have the likes of Tonya Ko, who was the flag bearer in the last election. What about the talk, by some persons in the state that this so-called zoning formula should not be discussed on the basis of ethnicity, because like you well know, in parts of River State, you have both upland and riverine, and they're saying that the zoning of the governorship ticket should be discussed on the basis of geopolitical zones. And I'm sure you're senatorial districts, and I'm sure you're very well aware of that. You are from the River Southeast Senatorial District, and you were the candidate of the All Progressives Congress in 2015.
Very correct.
After the others had come, namely Peter Odili and, of course, Rotimi Amechi. So what do you say to this school of thought that the governorship position should rotate on the basis of senatorial zones?
Now, you see, there is merit in the two schools of thought. Whether on the senatorial district basis or on our geo-cultural political zone basis. The point, the core issue, is that in multi-ethnic societies, one way of promoting inclusiveness, peaceful coexistence, is that power should rotate from one area to the other. And so that is a common thread in the two arguments. Whether it is on senatorial zone basis or geocultural basis.
Okay.
And so that's a takeaway.
All right.
That both schools of thought support the fact that in multi-ethnic societies, you need to rotate power and to give people sense of belonging, inclusiveness, promote unity, stability, and peaceful coexistence. That is established. Now, the second thing is that if you say it should rotate on the basis of geopolitical zone, you said it, that on the basis of geopolitical zone, you have both the riverine and the upland part of the state in all of the three senatorial districts. That's also established. Now, the second dimension is on geocultural basis. Geocultural basis is that before now, Rivers people, you have two predominant cultural divide. The riverine divide.
Okay.
It might just be called riverine.
Okay.
They're actually predominant Ijaws.
Okay. So you're looking at Okrika, Ogobolo,
Ogobolo is Ijaw.
of course, Opobo.
Opobo is Ijaw,
Okay.
Andon is Ijaw, Boni.
Okay.
They are all predominant Ijaws.
Okay.
Then on the upland part, you have two dominant language groups.
Okay.
What they call the Igboid and the Ogonad. The Igboid group is made up of the Che, Omoma, the Orashi LGAs, the Ikwere LGAs, then the Ogonis. So all along, before the present era, most of our politics was played along the line of cultural groups, language and cultural groups.
Okay.
And so there's merit in the riverine upland dichotomy based on culture. There's also merit in geopolitical or senatorial districts. But there's also an intersection between the two. So I think that the issues are not mutually exclusive. They are correlated.
Okay. Okay. All right. So they are correlated. Which should obtain? Should it be the sectorial zoning arrangement, or should it be? You know where I'm coming from.
All right. Now,
you know where I'm coming from. You know. So which should it be? Because there seems to be some fire coming from some quarters that it should be on geopolitical basis. Senatorial basis. Yes. You had, for instance, Peter Lee came from a particular senatorial district, and then after that, Amechi came from one other senatorial district, and now it's the turn of River Southeast. And the talk is that you were presented as a candidate by the All Progressives Congress because you're from River Southeast.
I like to make this clear. I think that the most critical thing in Rivers, like in many other states in the country, is can we produce a candidate that is competent, that's got character, that's a clear vision of how to turn around the state and put the state on the fast lane, put the state on the path of growth. That's the most critical element in this whole debate.
And you're sure the APC can give that?
I believe that you can find them both in the riverine part of the state and in the upland part of the state. You can find them in the 3 senatorial districts. And there can also be a marriage. If you want, it is also not fair that only the upland part of the state produces the governor all the time, not the riverine or the riverine part of the state. Yes, you must have some arrangement to accommodate the 3 senatorial districts. The argument is also valid that, Rivers West went or produced a governor in Dr. Peter Odili. Rivers East produced governors in Right Honorable Chukwukadosi Amechi, Celestino Meha, and Nyesom Wike. And Rivers Southeast is yet to produce a governor. But if we're sensitive to our cultural divide, if we're
so this is
historical cultural fault lines,
okay,
then we also need to accommodate the riverine Ijaws.
Okay.
And there are riverine Ijaws in that senatorial district.
All right. So some have pointed out also that even if you go down to the tertiary institutions and how the youth even divide positions in their organizations, it's been historically on upland riverine accommodation or understanding. And some also pointed out, even if you look at the positions of governor and deputy governor, it's always been like that.
Riverine upland.
Yeah, is that the situation? And how does that really capture how it should be?
Yeah, but that's already established. That I said the era before now, we've always played our politics along those cultural lines of upland riverine, acknowledging the fact that the Jaws, you must be sensitive to the yearnings, aspirations, and accommodation of the Jaws. That's established. I don't think there's anybody that disputes that.
Okay.
That's one. Now, the second thing that we cannot fault is the fact that senatorial district is more recent. Before now, the senatorial district was arranged in such a way that all the riverine LGAs were in one senatorial district.
Okay.
Then the upland LGAs were split in about two or three senatorial districts. But that has changed lately. And so this led to new dynamics. And as these dynamics evolve, we too must evolve our politics. We must be more sensitive. The most important is accommodation, inclusiveness. That's key.
All right. All right. So this must continue. Upland Riverine, sharing power and rotating power amongst themselves. That's the best way to go.
The point I need to make is this. In Nigeria, we're not going to have North-South divide forever.
Okay.
It's evolving. As our politics gets matured or democracy gets entrenched, what will be most critical will be the credibility, will be the competence, will be the character of candidates. And I believe that that's the kind of thing that will also evolve in Rivers. Okay. It will get to a point where it wouldn't matter whether you're riverine or upland, whether you're southeast, southwest, west, or east senatorial district. It will become immaterial. It will get to a point where the most important thing for consideration will be the fact that you've got capacity, you've got the right vision, you've got the competence, you've got the character, you've got the track record to turn around Rivers and put Rivers on the path of growth. I think that's critical.
Interesting.
Today, if you look at the data, it's not anything to cheer about. Okay. Whether data on security, we are one state with high unemployment rate, despite the fact that we're the oil and gas capital of the country.
All right.
Now, we're one state that our educational statistics are literally on the negative.
Is this been through the years or just in recent years?
In recent.
Okay.
Of recent.
All right. Okay. Interesting. Dr. Akuku Peter side. If the agreement from that meeting, as captured in the communique, by the 10 governorship aspirants on the platform of the APC, is to be implemented, of course, you have to go around and consult with stakeholders of the APC. And you've said it here, that consensus communique and then the agreement reached, to zone the governorship ticket to the Riverine Ijaw part of River State, comprising 10 local government areas, is not one that is it's from the party.
It's not binding on everybody. It's binding on the 10 of us that endorsed that document.
So it means that we going forward.
Any other person who wants to aspire, you are free to aspire.
So going forward, it means that there might be some sort of consensus candidate
coming amongst the 10 of us.
Yes, fantastic. But what happens if that is not achieved? Of course, we're aware of the.
It will definitely be achieved. We've already signed. We've already endorsed it, and we did that willfully. We're not compelled by anybody, not by the leader of the party, not by anybody.
Okay.
Out of our own volition, we decided to come together, call ourselves progressive aspirants, decided that by some consensus arrangement, only one of us will run.
But your colleague and friend, in all, let me say, party member, Senator Magnus Abbey, he said that there is, I just want to quote his words, or the words, the report. It says that the constitutional party does not provide for the emergence of a consensus candidate.
Well, I don't think that's absolutely correct.
Okay.
The latest amendment to our constitution, in line with the provisions of the Electoral Act, made provision for consensus. That's the latest amendment.
Oh, really?
To our constitution. The amendment that was effected in the last convention. But that's not the issue. Even with a consensus arrangement, you will still present yourself for primaries. You can choose, because consensus means that everyone who is aspiring must sign jointly that we agree to this decision. Okay. And so, if 10 of us all have agreed that we agree to a consensus, and you, Kofi Batter, say, I'm not in agreement with that consensus, you have right to go and aspire.
So going by the new Electoral Act?
Not just Electoral Act. Okay. That's the meaning of consensus, meeting of minds. So you can choose not to be part of our consensus arrangement.
Okay.
So we finish in our own arrangement amongst 10 of us. Present one person. Kofi Batter said, I'm not part of your consensus arrangement. I'm supported by the constitution of the country, supported by the constitution of our party. I put myself forward. And as you put yourself forward, it is for the delegates to choose between the person who emerged from the consensus arrangement or you Kofi Bartel, who is running solo.
Interesting.
I don't know if you get the message.
Yeah, definitely.
And so the fact that we have a consensus arrangement does not stop other persons from aspiring.
Okay.
But of course, the people have the final say. The ultimate choice belongs to the people.
The All Progressives Congress in Rivers State has refused, let me not say intentionally, but has not been able to get itself out of the situation it found itself in. Of course, you know that in 2019, the party was not on the ballot. We know the plethora of court cases, the plethora of parallel chairmen that have emerged from the party. Has the party finally gotten its house together under one leadership that will not be stopped?
Now, I can say this to you. I don't think there's been any dispute about Right Honorable Chukwuedo Amici being leader of the party. I don't think there's any dispute.
We're talking about the chairman and
now,
the state
currently,
committee.
Today, I don't think there's either a case in court or anything challenging the election of Chief Emeka Bekee as state chairman of our party. I'm not aware of either a court case, a petition, or anything at all, anybody
So
challenging
you're sure
the
what happened in
election.
2019 cannot repeat itself?
I am not God, I'm human.
Okay.
I'm not God.
All right.
But to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that what happened in 2019 can repeat itself. The indicators are not there. The signals are not there. I think we're a lot more organized.
Yeah.
We're more united. We're more focused
We've had
than ever.
several parallel chairmen. I mean, Wogu Bombs is there. We have the likes
Wogu has never laid claim to being chairman of the party.
But at a point, he was he went to the national.
He aspired to be national vice chairman South, and actually contested. But he was not elected.
We have the likes of Golden Choma, and there's a certain gentleman whose name doesn't come to mind.
Golden picked up from he wanted to contest for chairman of the party, but did not contest ultimately.
All right, and the other gentleman whose name I can't remember, the one before Golden, who had to step aside. But anyway, so you're saying everything is now settled in the APC in Rivers State?
You know, the way it works in politics, and I'm sure you know, even in families. Now, peace and unity is a process. We will not get to a time where we say in Nigeria, everybody is united behind the president or united behind the governor. It is usually a work in progress. And I believe that reasonably, the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State is united, and that we're very focused on winning the next election. You know, Rivers people have realized that their hope today lies with the All Progressive Congress. We've experienced bad governance in the past 7 years. It's never been this bad as a state. We've never had it this bad.
Okay, just before we go, you're back in the running to be the governor of Rivers State, like you were in 2015. How different is Dakuku Adol Peterside, the candidate, from 2015 to Dakuku Adol Peterside, the prospective candidate of 2023?
Well, Dakuku Peterside of 2015 is different from Dakuku Peterside of 2023 in 4 key dimensions.
Okay.
This is a man who is deeply more experienced than before. By 2019, I've not served, at 2015, I had not served as Chief Executive of a regulatory agency. Today, I've served as Chief Executive of a regulatory agency. So, apart from understanding how the executive arm of government functions and the legislative arm, I've served at the federal level, at the agency level. I've also played at the international scene. I was chairman of the Association of African Maritime Administrators, and that's a global scene. I understand now the relationship between subnationals and supranationals. That I understand clearly. So that's one, a man who is deeply more experienced. The second is that you now have a man who is more passionate than ever, because I've seen Rivers State flourish. I've seen good leaders in Rivers State. I've seen very bad leaders.
We don't have time.
Selfish.
Okay.
Leaders whose only preoccupation is primitive acquisition of wealth. Leaders whose understanding of development is brick and mortar.
Who are you referring to?
I'm not referring to anybody. I'm only saying I've seen 2 eras: golden era of Rivers, and I've seen the dark ages of Rivers. That has fired my passion.
All right.
And more than ever, I am desirous of making a difference. not just for today, for the sake of posterity.
All right, we have
That's
to,
the second way.
We have to leave it at that.
There's a difference between Dakuku of 2015 and Dakuku of 2023. Now,
I'm afraid we have to leave it at that. If I allow you, we'll go on and on and on. Dr. Peter Side, we thank you for your time. We're monitoring affairs and activities in Rivers State, and I'm sure we'll have you here.
Rivers is a volatile or a strategic state. I think what a strategic state in the country.
Fantastic, and that's as much you can take.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on PlusTvAfrica as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome back. Governorship aspirants on the platform of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State have signed a peace accord agreeing to support any one of them that emerges as the party's governorship flag bearer. The aspirants in a communique issued at the end of their meeting in Port Hackett, the Rivers State capital, on Monday, said they have resolved to collapse their political structures in favor of any one of them that secures the party's governorship ticket. They also resolved to zone the seat of the governorship to the Riverine Ijaw area of the state. And joining us to discuss this is a chieftain of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State, Honorable Golden Chioma. Good evening to you. Thank you very much for your time.
Good evening.
All right. As a member of the party, the All Progressives Congress, and a chieftain of that party, what's your reaction to the news that the aspirants for the position of flag bearer or governor on the platform of your party have zoned the governorship ticket to the Riverine Ijaw on their own?
It was not zoned by anybody. The party has not zoned the office. And the last time the office was zoned was in 2014, and it was zoned to the river southeast. And it has not changed at this time. So what I'm aware of is that the senatorial zone, the river southeast, is supposed to produce the governor. In that same senatorial zone, we have the Ijaw elements also. And we have the Ogonites. So that senatorial zone should produce. And that is the zoning I'm aware of. That was done in 2014. And since then, no governor have come from that zone since 1999.
That's talking about Rivers Southeast.
Yes.
Okay. But are you not aware of the meeting by these governorship aspirants? And the statement was signed by Dawari George.
Yes, I'm aware of it because it's also in the media, in the news. But let me explain to you. What you saw was an amalgamation of people who are scared of Senator Magnus Abe, who is supposed to come from the river southeast. Because of his candidature, the benefactor of all those you saw single-handedly did say that he was zoning it unilaterally without consultation with anybody, that it will go to the riverine, which means now that all parts of the state, including the senatorial zones that have produced governors before, are up for it, leaving an entire senatorial zone that have not produced the governor. For me, it will not hold water. But they have the right to so claim, to so agree that if any of them becomes the candidate, that they would collapse their structures. But I doubt the structures they have. Apart from one or two of them, the rest do not have any structure.
So we're looking at, you're saying it's based, are you saying the zoning formula, even if it's unwritten in River State, is based on a senatorial district arrangement? Or, because yes. I know the upline, riverine arrangement, some call it dichotomy in River State, having worked there and lived there for 10 years. Should it not be an upline, riverine thing?
Yes, Kofi, the state right now, the issue of riverine and upland is no longer tenable. There is virtually no part of River State that car cannot get to. Prior to now, we used to say that the riverine people have to go to Waterside before you have to get to Bonny Waterside for you to get to Bonny. Now, as I speak with you now, the road leading to Bonny is 95% completed. Cars get to Abonima and Bukuma. Cars get to Opopo. So there's no longer the issue of riverine and upland dichotomy. We are all rivers people. If we want to say that ethnicity should be the brain of distribution of offices, then we'll know about that. We'll go to that. In 1999, it went to the other senatorial zone, where the Calabaris belong to. In 2007, it came to my senatorial zone, where the Okrikas belong to. And the Minister of Transportation went. Now it's supposed to go to the other senatorial zone, the River Southeast. And let me explain to you, in 2014, when it was properly zoned to the River Southeast, it was between two candidates, Senator Magnus Abe and Right Honorable Dakuku Bitasai. Both of them qualified because they come from that senatorial zone. And it was between both of them. But just because of the fact that Senator Magnus has gone forward to tell the whole world that he's competent and capable for the office, which they are all aware of. The reason why they are trying to micro-zone it to the Ijaw stock is only to deny a competent, capable individual from aspiring for the office. That's the only thing.
But is Senator Magnus Abe, does he even have an aspiration to be the next governor of River State, to vie for the position of governor on the platform of the APC? Because when I checked, his name was not on the attendance register of that meeting.
Yes. Just as I said, the meeting was called by the other faction of the All Progressive Congress in River State. And if you also look at the people that signed that list, they all share the same benefactor, the Right Honorable Chibuike Rotimi Amaechi. And what they have espoused in that letter is to say that they are loyal and subservient to their benefactor. And that I give to them.
Okay.
And I'm very aware that Senator Magnus Abe is a man aspiring to lead River State on his own accord based on his competence.
If he aspires to lead River State, will it be fair? Because of course we know that there's been some sort of division in the party. Will it be fair to say that all those who are aspiring, the likes of Tonye Cole, the likes of Dakuku Peterside, the likes of Dawari George, the likes of the former chairman of the APC in River State and former chairman of our Saratoga local government area, and co. Will it be fair to say that they are, loyal to Rotimi Amechi when in times past we know that the APC in River State would have had one candidate, one person, and all of them would, that's a consensus candidate. You rightly said in 2015, it was Dakuku Adol Peterside. In 2019, it was Tonye Ko. And this time around, we're seeing that as many as 10 of them have come out. So doesn't that show that there is some sort of freedom and that not one person is being dictated to or pushed forward, rather, as the consensus candidate?
I'm of the opinion that all those you saw, or those who signed that paper, derive their powers from Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi. I don't think, except one or two of them, that has the zeal and capacity to claim to wanting to contest on his own accord. Apart from that, the rest of them are hinging on the wings or the aprons of the minister. And I'm saying that we have passed that level. In the state, we are an opposition party. We need a credible and competent candidate to face the party in the state. It is no longer party, it's no longer the issue where somebody will say that I've anointed one person. We want people to aspire. We want people to show their capacity to taking off the mantle of leadership. I wish them well in their endeavors, but I'm only saying that what you have seen there is a conglomeration of those loyal to the minister. But I also want to disagree with you. In 2019, it was not Tonye Cole, because the APC was also not on the ballot. But the APC had two parallel congresses. One produced Senator Magnus Abbey, the direct primaries, and the other one, the indirect one, produced Tonye Cole. Unfortunately, the court decided otherwise, and we didn't have a candidate. But for you to say that in 2019, no, the party was not on the ballot in 2019.
I wouldn't want us to go into that because I think that is what under the bridge now. But I just want to go through the names of those who were at that meeting. And I was actually George Tolofari I was trying to refer to. But the names there include Prince Tonye Prince, who you know very well, Dr. Dakuku Peterside, that's number 2. Dr. Dawari George, number 3. Architect Tonye Ko, whom you've just talked about, number 4. Engineer Biopo Mabo Awara, number 5. You have Honorable Ojuka Eflaga Makri, number 6. Honorable Mina Tenda, that's number 7. You have Honorable Ibinabo Michael West, number 8. Sokonte Davis, and then, of course, the final one is Chief Francis Ada. So if these are the candidates of the All Progressives Congress or the aspirants, why wasn't Magnus Abbey at that meeting? Bearing in mind we have one chairman of the APC, we have one APC now in River State united under one chairman. Hello.
Kofi?
Yes.
Yes, Kofi, you're making statements I wouldn't want to join issues with you. I felt would have allowed those controversial aspects outside this interview. But let me tell you one or two things. Senator Magnus Abbey, I'm not speaking for him anyway, maybe he wasn't invited. 2, he is not a protege of the Minister for Transportation. Just as I've said, all those there draw their influence or their support from the minister. Now, from the names you read out there, you will find out that there's a common denominator. They will claim to come from the INC part of River State. That I give to them. But the election we're talking about will not be decided by the INC part of River State alone. So it comes to the fact that we have senatorial zones already, which could be referred to as administrative conveniences. And let me explain to you, all aspects or all parts of the senatorial zone of River State have riverine elements, if we want to go to that. So this zone we're talking about is the Rivers East that have not produced the governor.
Okay.
And that is where the governor should come from. Anybody from that senatorial zone is qualified by me.
All right, all right. But how about the fact that you've had, if you go back to, you've talked about senatorial zoning, but if you go back to the upland riverine zoning, yes, I know you said, you can now drive a car to Opobo. But we all know that Opobo is still a so-called upland, or the Ijaw Rivers, if you want to call it that. We're talking about places like over 10 local government areas, Andoni local government area, Opobo Nkoro local government area, Boni local government area, Okrika local government area, Ogobolo local government area. We have Asaritoro, Degema, Akukutoru, and Abuadual. Even Port Harcourt South is what they call it. We've had people from the so-called upland parts of River State in power for, this will be 16 years, Honorable Chairman. This will be 16 years. So would it be fair to allow a so-called
20 years.
20 years, okay. Would it be fair to allow a so-called maybe senatorial zoning where possibly an upland person will still become governor?
Yes.
In a state where the Ijaw Rivers people control, like you said, INC, Ijaw National Congress, control about 10, not less than 10 local government areas.
Kofi, politics is all about numbers. Let us not reduce this thing to issue of ethnicity. I come from a Che local government area. And in the last 21 years, if I'm not mistaken, my ethnic group has not gone to the Senate. What we are talking about here has to do with the governor of River State. Everybody is eminently qualified, irrespective of your ethnic grouping. In 1999, Ebenezer Ezekere lost the governorship with whiskers. He would have been the governor of River State. It has nothing to do where you come from. Let's be fair to ourselves. Ebenezer Ezekere would have been the governor in 1999. Dr. Odili, who became the governor in 1999, was from a minute ethnic group, if you want to put it that way. He's a minority in a local government, which is Anaga. His ethnicity or his ethnic group is a minority in that local government. But he became the governor in 1999. It has nothing to do with your local government. It has nothing to do with your population spread. In 1999, Senator Hussein lost in the political intrigues to Dr. Odili. What I'm trying to explain to you, Kofi, we should not reduce our governorship position to ethnic space. No, I don't agree with anybody.
Okay. All right. Even the fact, Honorable Chairman, even the fact that the People's Democratic Party has names like the current Secretary to the State Government, has names like current Special Assistant to the Governor on projects, Dax George Kelly, and so on and so forth. These are the names being peddled. It seems the PDP might be tending towards a riverine Ijaw person, candidate. Should that not even be an indication of this?
Yeah, Kofi, let me explain to you. I'm not a member of the People's Democratic Party, but I'm very aware that the PDP is waiting for who clinches the ticket in APC. I can tell you authoritatively, if the APC makes a decision to give it to the Ikwere stock, PDP will be running down to get an Ikwere candidate. River State is an APC state. We mishandled our opportunities in 2014 and 2019 not to be in charge of the state. As I speak with you, all the names you have mentioned in the PDP are because of the fact that they are of the opinion that because of the position of the Honorable Minister for transportation, that the party may be looking towards that angle. So they are also going there. But I do not want to join issues with them. I wish them well.
Okay.
But I want to tell you that the party, APC, will do the right thing right at this point, because we need to be in government in 2023.
All right.
We can't afford to be out of government for another 8 years.
Okay, but you're confirming that the APC now in River State is together, united under one chairman and one leadership.
You're raising issues I also do not want to answer, but let me answer you because you have brought it up for the second time. The party at the national have recognized a faction, and that we must all agree. They have recognized my friend on the other side as the chairman. That does not mean we do not exist. We are still a faction. We still maintain our faction. We still strive to making sure that the party comes together.
Who is your chairman as a member of the APC in River State?
You're a member of the press, and you have the opportunity to investigate who was recognized.
All right. Thank you very much. Golden Shoma, former member of the River State House of Assembly, former chairman of a faction of the APC in River State. He's been our guest tonight. Thank you for your time, sir, and see you sometime soon.
Thank you very much.
And that's the size of our package right here on Plus Politics. We return tomorrow, but thank you for staying with us. I'm Kofi Bartels. Enjoy the rest of our programming.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
A 500 naira they collect them. If no talk, they go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely, right? No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching Plus
event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time. Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Before I started doing music, I always knew it was something I wanted to do, but I think that it's important for people to know that being unsure of yourself, your skill, your ability, your strength is something that all artists go through. And I struggled for a time with live performances because I'm a little bit shy, and I really struggled even when I was in any kind of education. When I had to get on stage, whether I was in music school or I had to give a speech in public, it would just completely cripple me. And so I went through quite a few years of what I would call like hardcore street training, and that would involve busking. So busking is when you just pick a street corner, when I lived in London, and just start singing to people. And it's difficult, it's harder than it looks because people are walking past you. Think about it, your whole life, your friends and family you have a beautiful voice. Every time you open your mouth, someone's like, yay! But when you're busking on a street corner, people are walking by, they don't really care, they don't really pay attention. But that really helped me to build my confidence and to face music. Even though you're performing for people, it's important to know they're also performing for yourself. So I got to a point where I was like, you know what, as long as I sing my absolute best and give it my all, if people are watching or not, I'm still aware of the value of what I'm bringing. So that's what I would say. You must really grow your inner strength and your inner belief in yourself and what you're able to give. Don't give up, just keep going. And in time, someone will notice.
Before I finally got this fame, I used to go for countless auditions. I've been beaten by the rain, I've had my money stolen, I've walked long distances just to go for auditions, and at the end of the day it paid off. Some of those auditions I went for, I never got called back, but look at me now, I'm grateful to God. It's been an amazing journey. It was a good time. So yeah, that is my celebrity story.
Before Brother Shaggy gained recognition, I've gone through a lot. I wasn't born with a silver spoon. When my father died, I had to leave Ogun State to Lagos to start a new life with my mom. Then I started working as an actor to make money while I was in school. I was in Unilag. I started playing drums, I started dancing, I started singing just to make money to finish school. Then when I got out of school, I was looking for, what to do because I know I'm talented. People say I'm talented, but I just want to, make a difference. I started making skits. So I had different characters before Brother Shaggy. I had Akoni Badon, I had Professor Dele, I had Inspector Perry. But I just wanted to do something different, something people haven't done before. So I started this Agbero character. When I started it, my first skit was all about Jesus. I was asked in my first skit that if Jesus should come to Mushin, what will I do? So that was how the skits, got recognized everywhere. And I thank God for today that I've been able to change my story, change my family's story.
At the beginning stages of my career, living in Atlanta, just being someone that just loved the art of music, wanted to write songs for people. I remember going to different rooms and meeting different producers and not actually given a chance to go into actual studio rooms. I would hang out in like the couch living areas outside, right? Hoping that somebody notices me, hoping that I can get someone's attention to play them something I've recorded in the past, to get a chance to get in the room. This happened like many years, but one thing for me was I never stopped. I remember an incident, a guy named Kevin Shine in Atlanta, just saw me sitting on the couch. He was like, yo bro, what do you do? I'm a singer, songwriter. He's like, let me hear what you do, right? I played him what I had at the moment. This was after many months of going back and forth to the same studio. This was a place where all the big stars come. Playing him one of the songs I had, it was pretty decent, it was okay. But he heard something in me that made him introduce me to somebody else, right? I met another amazing producer that did a lot of like big records for like Case. This guy, his name is Kenneth Smooth. He produced Touch Me, Tease Me by Case, old record. A lot of R. Kelly records back in the days, veteran producer. From that I met somebody else, I met someone else, right? I think this life is a journey. You can't doubt yourself at the beginning stages. Nobody sees your vision, right, except you.
This was probably 2008, and I had the opportunity to work with one of the biggest artists at that time. I'm not going to mention names for obvious reasons. So we made a song on his album, and I thought, you know, this was going to be like a great look for me. And I mean, I officially started producing 2007, so this was a year after, and he was the second biggest artist I was working with at that time, so it was like big deal for me. And we made a song. The song was a vibe. You know, I was looking forward, you know, to the album and everything. And album came out, songs on the album. Then I was excited, you know, got the CD, went home, played the song, and the song was reproduced by a different producer. I was like, I was so heartbroken because I've been telling all my friends that, oh, I produced this song on the album, I produced a song on the project, and people were already congratulating me. Then I heard it was a different beat by another popular producer. Like, I mean, that was obviously like way popular than I was at that time. So, I mean, I was obviously heartbroken, and a friend of mine asked this artist why he did that. And in his words, he said, "Share me to Kojaye," which means like my work has passed that level that I was probably like, you know, too not relevant enough, you know, to work with at that point. Anyway, today I'm SARS, and it's not here today. So keep moving, believe in yourself, you'll get there.
তারা জানে নাই যে তারা যেটা যাচাই করে নাই। আমার নাম মাহি। আমার যখন 11 বছর বয়স ছিল আমি নিজেও জানি না। তারপরে আমি বলছি যে আমি এখন বিয়ে করবো না, আমি পড়তে চাই। আমার মারে বললো
ini bersih selalu kami ya kunam tu anu punya daun ko ada ko wimba banzuri tu ndogo ni nikafanya nini kama
پیار پیش میکرد این مرمز زدک دو میداد بازم به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم بازم به میرقم تیر میکردم.
In 2018, Voice of America posted videos on social media of girls and women describing their experiences as brides and young mothers. The videos sparked a global conversation, receiving tens of thousands of comments and arguments for and against child marriage. Spurred by the overwhelming response, VOA journalists and photographers spent a year chronicling child brides around the world, putting faces and voices to a practice the United Nations is trying to eliminate by 2030. They focused on the worth of a girl and her value to two families, the one she leaves behind and the one she joins. What they found was troubling. In much of the world, child marriage is common and acceptable, and the lives of girls aren't worth very much.
به مکتب میرفتم صنف 7 بودم. 10 روز بمونده بود که امتحانا سالم نخو بودم که برم صنف 8. من عروسی که بکردم دیگه نگذاشتم. هرچی که من گفتم میرم به مکتب میرم. امی خسول و خوشی ما همگی گفتن که اگه تو بری به مکتب ما.
At 13, Samaya was a dutiful daughter and sister in Afghanistan, helping her family make ends meet. Her father sold her to an abusive relative for $3,300.
این مرمز زدک دو میداد باز همه به پدر مادر هیچی نمیگفتم به هیچ کسی چی نمیگفتم بازم به میرقم تیر میکردم همین تا با مشت و لغت و هردم مرمز زدم و دو میدادم فاش میگفتم مثلا اثری نمونه به جمله شلاقی چیزا نمیزدن که اثری بمونه.
Samaya represents child brides around the world, poor, powerless, barely educated, whose resistance to marriage is either ignored or overruled. Like most, she had no choice in the decisions made by the grown-ups in her life. She was a business deal.
کارا مارکی میکنم موتور بخریدیم و نمقداریم هم که میگفتم میرم مکتب و شومه و خوشومه و همه مرمه زدن که تو نمایی که بریم مکتب نمیگذاشتن.
Unë quhem Orkita Driza, jam martuar në moshën 13 vjeç e 7 muaj. Njëra nga motrat e mia që ishte, domethënë, ishte më lart pak më e madhe se te unë, vuante me një sëmundje të rëndë, domethënë nga veshkat, të dyja veshkat I kishte jashtë funksionit për jetën, dhe ishte në rrezik vërtet për jetën. Dhe mamaja ime vendosi që të bënte motrën në operacion, që të më martonte mua me dikë tjetër dhe të bënte motrën në operacion, sepse ky njeri që më mori mua për djalin e tij kishte, domethënë, kishte muhabet shumë me doktorët e Durrësit. Ky ishte një detyrim ndaj familjes, edhe unë e bëra për hir të si me motre për t'i shpëtuar jetën. Më vajti vajza Bleona 11 vjeçe, edhe merri dikush ma kërkoi po nga komuniteti, po ishte egjiptian. U detyrova, thash për mua si ta keq kujtesh Zoti jetën, thash për paktën vetë di që të flej rrugëve, për paktën vetëm fëmijën ta kem të strehuar, sepse nuk njihja ndonjë këtu që ta mund ta strehoja fëmijën. Po faktikisht jam ndjer shumë e penduar, por më bëri jeta, fatkeqësia e jetës.
Child marriage is not confined to girls in poor, developing countries or members of a certain religion or tribal custom. Even girls in the wealthiest countries, like the United States, are child brides.
I have 4 boys. I have a 7-year-old, an 8-year-old, a 5-year-old, and a 4-year-old.
Ashley got married under the mistaken belief that her 18-year-old boyfriend would be jailed for statutory rape of a minor in the state of Missouri. Ashley said 2 of her cousins, one a year younger than her, married soon after she did.
Good. I got married when I was 15. I just found out I was pregnant not long before I got married. My aunt got on the bus and she told me to get off the bus, that I was going to go get married that day. All I can remember is hearing all the kids gasp and was like, she's too young. We went to the courthouse and got our marriage license. And then we went to a preacher's house here in Steele, and he married us. I don't think either one of us realized how big of a commitment we were making then. No, that day I think I was happy, but I know there was definitely fear and doubt in my mind. I mean, I was happy that I was about to do what I thought was start a family, and I was excited more for the future than I think I was for the present.
عمر مې چې دی یو 10 کال کېږي چې عمر مې دی 6 میاشتې کېږي چې واده کړی مې دی. دلته راغلی مور مې ډېرې قرض وکړي په قرض کې خلک باوې وړي. ژړل مې ټول کلک ته مې مجبور ولو نو سمو کال قرضاریان داسې مو ټینګ کړی و. بیا مو ټول ول چې قرضاریان دې ټینګ کړی دي پیسې نه لري ورکړه ول پیسې نه لري ورکړه خپل لور ورکړه.
In much of the world where marriage is a transaction marked by cultural expectations and traditions, young brides like Samaya and Bobogai pay the biggest price with their innocence, independence and freedom.
واده مې چې وکړ ژړل مې اوس 2 میاشتې کېږي خپل د خپل د مېړه کور دلته راغلی یم. داسې راباندې کار ډېر کوي کار مې هم نه دی لږ زده نه دی دغه دپاره اوس دلته خپل مور سره راغلی مور مې لږ کار راته ښیي. ژوند مې مخ ته هم دغسې و تماس سبا ووتم ماپښین د عینونه 500 روپۍ 100 روپۍ 10 روپۍ کبان مې ټولول. دا چې واده مې وکړ په دغه ورځ مې واده ولا زه ولاړم کباړ ته ولاړم. کباړ مې ټولول کاغذان مې ټولول عینان مې ټولول خرڅ مې کوي نو ډوډۍ موټۍ راوړم دا کوچنیان خوري چې خرڅ مې نه کوي دغسې وژنه تجه ناسته دی. ته اوس لنډې مرض لا لرم ساه مې چې ډېرې بندېږي دغه یخ چې کېږي داسې ساه مې بندېږي تمام ورځ په بستر یم تمام ورځ جګرخونې کوم او تمام ورځ داسې ورته زړه مې دغسې اور وایم واخیستی.
मैं नंढी उम्र में शादी थी तो मैंने छोकरी मैंने बाबे ये सोचा उसी तो मैं तो मैंने दिला पानी तक मैंने बाबे क्या तो वरी थी सीट पे जब मैं बिलावन डो है ना वड्डे छोकरा बिलावन सारा नंढे वाला रवाज है ना नंढे उम्र पे शादी कर छोड़े लिया नंढी उम्र पे करने तला पीछे मेरे बाबे मना लेती है मैं और मैं जैसे तो पीछे माँ शादी कर छोड़े सा.
Over and over, girls are forced to leave classrooms where they thrived and into marriages where most of them never wanted to be.
शादी का पहिरीं माना मां स्कूल वेंदी हुयमि त सुठो लॻंदो हो मां जब मां पढ़ां बोले शादी को मुंहिंजी शादी थी वई त पोइ मां चवंदा पोइ बि मुंहिंजो शौक़ु आहे उहो पर मां शादी के पीछे बि मां माना स्कूल माना शौक़ु आहे मेरे पढ़ण दा मां जो मैं पढ़ां असांजे छोकिरा इवें करनि न दिला पाणी न चवंदा आहिनि त शादी कर छो शादी खां पहिरियों माण्हू आज़ादु हो माना घर जो कमकार अपनी मर्ज़ी ते करंदी हुअमि पीछे वारा माउ पीउ वांदे करंदी हुअमि न त ठहे बैठी हूंदी हुअमि वांदी बैठी हूंदी हुअमि शादी के पीछे वाला सॼी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई ना सॼी घर की जिम्मेवारी आ गई तो सॼे घर का कम कार माना बालों को संभालना पीछे भी मैंने घर वाले में पीछे रोक छोड़े ना घर की सॼी जिम्मेवारी आ गई अपनी दीदी शादी माना वॾी थी सी पीछे करवाई सा
Growing up in poverty, the girls value an education.
Iya sih, takutnya gitu yang ditakutkan. Dulunya sih sempat nangis gitu, mau udah saya tuh pengen sekolah aja dulu. Tapi kata maknya udah nggak ada biaya, jadi nggak bisa lanjut itu. Kata orang tua udah gini aja, udah nikah aja. Baru umur anak dibikin cepet aja, anak umur 2 tahun saya udah ditinggal. Ya mungkin karena enggak terurus mungkin. Ya kayak sayanya kan belum bisa ngurus suami sama anak mungkin. Mungkin kurang diurus gitu, makannya, tidurnya gitu. Kalau saya kan pengennya bermain terus sama teman-teman.
To kamar yadda kika sani dai ban fara al'ada a lokacin ba, amma kuma sai ina gidan mijin na fara. To kuma dai da na zo haihuwa dai kin san yanayin da yara karancin shekaru baka yi girman ma da zaka san menene matsalolin ciki ba, amma wurin haihuwa dai an sha wahala.
Khadija, a member of the Fulani tribe, comes from a family of clerics. At 13, she was 2 years younger than the age limit that girls in her family are married off.
Amma ba a yin sama da haka. To maganar kuma da kika yi min na cewa akai haɗi ne, to zan iya cewa haɗi ne tunda a lokacin ba zan iya tantancewa me ya so me ya kiyayya ba kuma ban san ma ya so yake ba.
Throughout the world, young girls realize almost immediately the harsh realities of an early marriage.
Ai vërtet ishte I verbër, po ishte alkoolist, nuk rinte në shtëpi. Isha 13 vjeç e 7 muaj, ishte 24 vjeç në atë kohë. Martesa zjati 15 vite, mbasi unë bëra 4 fëmijë me këtë që kisha. Dhe pastaj durova I thash, u detyrova që ike sepse nuk mund të rinja dot më.
আরে যখন স্কুলে যখন পড়তেছিলাম যে আজকে আমি প্রতিদিন পড়তে থাকতাম আজকে মানুষ এত লাঞ্ছনা এত কথা এত কিছু শোনা লাগতো না ভালোটা চাকরি বাকরি করতে পারতাম ভালোটা কাজ কাম করতে পারতাম কিন্তু অথচ এখন মূর্খ দেখা এখন পড়াতে দূরের কথা এখন আজ পর্যন্ত আমার স্বামী আমার লাথি মেরে ফেলাইতে হয়ে গেল আর যেটি পড়ালেখা থাকতো তো স্বামী যেতে পারতো না এরকম আমাকে ফেলাইতে আজকে যদি লেখাপড়া করতাম পাঁচটা জানতাম বুঝতাম শুনতাম তাহলে আজকে আমার এই দিনটা দেখা হইতো না একমাত্র বাবা আমার ভুলের কারণে আর বিয়েটা হয়ে যাওয়ার কারণে আজকে আমি এই রাস্তায় আজকে আমি এই পথে
خودنا کام بی سواتا ایرام گفتم تو نمیگذاره مکتب اگه تو بری کارام که میکنه بعد از عروسی هم میشه ور مخود بدور مادر پیش میکرد پیار پیش میکرد مکتب خو همه می دوران طفولیت خورد از من مکتب خوش دیدم که
is about more than just sitting here and talking about women's issues. It's about listening to them
and bringing their opinions to the table and making sure their voices are heard.
Because our lived experiences, our stories, and our voices will help shape the next generation.
Health, wellness, sport, beauty, medical breakthroughs. Healthy Living cares about your well-being. Every week, connect with our experts. You can ask them your questions and get their advice. Join me, Lina Moudou, in Washington on Healthy Living, your new health program, right here on Voice of America.
In a village in Tanzania, faced with the prospect of being married off to a stranger, 14-year-old Mwana Hamisi took control of her own destiny. She said no.
Siku hiyo ikatokea shughuli, nikaenda pale katika shughuli za tuseme za shule za graduation, nikaenda tukafanya sherehe, nikasikia kama mtu na umri mdogo anataka kuolewa. Fika kituoni, akataja zile namba za simu, nikachukua zile namba nikaziandika, nikaondoka zangu nyumbani. Nilia, mama akasemaje, nenda, nikaondoka zangu. Niliondoka zangu kwa hivyo siku ya pili ile, yule bibi akanipa ile simu ili niwasiliane na yule bwana. Aliponipa ile simu, mimi nikaichukua ile simu, nikaziandika zile namba, nikaanza kuwasiliana na polisi. Nikawasiliana nao, akaniambia inabidi ulipate hilo jina la baba na hizo tarehe. Ilifika siku ya pili, nikamuuliza mama, mimi naolewa tarehe ngapi? Akaniambia tarehe kuhusu ananioa nani? Akaniambia hivi vinavyo kuhusu wewe hapo kaa. Akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa. Ulipofika usiku, akaja mwenyekiti wa mtaa, akasema wewe ndo Damwana? Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia aje, sisi tumepata taarifa kutoka kituoni kama wewe unataka kuolewa. Kweli wewe? Nikamwambia kweli. Kwa mwenyewe na mimi sitaki kuolewa. Basi mwenyekiti tena akatumwa aende kule eneo la tukio, akaambia hii ndoa isitishe.
She now lives in a shelter with other vulnerable girls and dreams of a career in fashion. Despite a worldwide acceptance of child marriage, the young brides realize their own self-worth. Girls marry for a number of reasons. But what about old-fashioned love? As the saying goes, it's complicated. Estrella was in the 6th grade when she fell in love. She married her boyfriend over their parents' objections. In Mexico, roughly 1 in 4 girls is married or in a live-in relationship by age 18.
Me llamo Estrella Belén Estrada Rodríguez, tengo 13 años, iba de segundo grado de la secundaria. Sino que lo pensaba por mi escuela, pues, pero como lo quiero mucho, sí quería estar con él. Cambió pues porque estudiaba y llegando pues ya estaba todo listo. Ya ahorita pues tengo que atender a mi esposo. Me levanto temprano a darle pues su café para las 5:40, 6. Ya después empiezo a limpiar la casa, los trastes, lavo su ropa, todo, ¿no? Y ya le ayudo a mi suegra a hacer pues el desayuno para que aprenda yo a cocinar, pues, más que nada, porque como no muy sé, pues, ya mi suegra me enseña. Pero ya me estoy acostumbrada.
Okay, I live in Dyersburg, Tennessee. I work all the time, take care of my baby and the husband. That's about it.
At 16, Katie married a man twice her age. Her mother signed the marriage license.
I got pregnant underage, and that was kind of what had us go ahead and get married so I wouldn't send him to jail. A lot of people look down on him for it and stuff, you know, but like I told him, I don't care what anybody thinks. I love him, you know, it is what it is. I mean, we're like any other marriage couple. We've had our problems. I mean, we split up, I went and stayed with them for a little bit, but we just know we want to live with each other, we want to be with each other, you know what I mean? So we work through our problems. I couldn't live without him.
Sultan in Turkey can relate to that. Now nearing 60, hers was an arranged marriage. She has 2 sons and no regrets.
Güzel bir şeydi. Bilmiyorum. Ben de çocuktum. Beraber büyüdük oğlumla. Ama eşimi hiç tanımamıştım, bilmiyordum. Zamanla biz birbirimizi tanıdık. Şimdi çok mutluyum, çok şükür. Yani iki tane aslan gibi oğlum var. Güzel bir yerdedirler. Eşimle beraber yaşıyorum.
مدتی که اونجا در خانه بودی 1 سال ادعا می‌کنی و در خانه بودی برخورد اینا با تو چطور؟
عکس‌ها و خلیجه ببینم گناه نداره.
هیچی گناه نداره.
8 months after her first interview, Samaya is transformed. She is divorced and living at home, away from the beatings and violence of her in-laws. Her father was sentenced to 2 years in jail for forcing her into marriage. She's happy and healing and wants to learn to read the Quran.
اونا دارن زندگی خور میکنم، من زندگی عادی خور شروع کردم، خیاطی میکنم، من مادر یک براری دارم، برار من فعلا به شرکت مایه بره کار میکنه، دیگه کسی نیاز ما که مثلا نوار خونه ما فقط مانه، اول خدا بعد از ما برار مینه کلا نمینه، پدر ما کارم نمیکرد. بله فعلا بیتر شده، حالا که پیام نیم خب کل بیتر شده، به خاطر از اینکه پیام میگه به جنگ دعوا میکرد و چه میکرد، اون پولی که ما خیاطی کردی از ما میسون، به این واسه از اون لحاظ خیلی خوب خونه دیگه ما خیاطی مانه که مثلا اپرانه که بیارم برای ما خیلی میارم، بیشتر خیاطی و پیش مانه.
Na nikaendelea kusoma ile shule tuseme. Ndoto zangu nataka niwe mwana design mzuri.
Ya alasan saya mengajukan ke MK, jangan sampai adanya pernikahan anak lagi. Udah cukup saya aja yang jadi korban, kalau dinikahin masih anak, masih kecil tuh. Aduh nggak enak rasanya. Iya, memperjuangkan anak gitu. Udah jangan sampai kayak saya gitu. Harus diperjuangkan anak.
What about your microphone, Mama?
It just stays there.
Why?
It just does.
Nie minuty, ja to podzielu.
Unë e martova se mbeta në rrugë, ku mund ta çoja unë vajzën time. Pra ma kisha në një shtëpi me vajzën, kisha një shtëpi personale siç jam këtu për shkak. Me vajzën time, normalisht unë do ta arsimoja fëmijën. S'kishte nevojë vajza im për burr 11 vjeçë, 12 vjeçë, 13 vjeçë. Ta arsimohesh, të shkonte në një punë, të punonte për veten e saj në një kurs, për veten e saj, jo për mua, për veten. Unë do punoja vetë edhe për fëmijën që fëmia im të ishte dikushi.
Girls like Samaya are the exception rather than the rule. Around the globe, they remain at risk. For every girl like Mwana Hamisi who escaped an unwanted marriage, millions more are trapped in abusive, unhappy unions. For every Katie and Sultan who found love, comfort and stability, millions more are like Khadija and Orkida who don't know what love is.
Unë I bëj një mesazh të gjithë këtyre nënave, vërtet ne vetë jena martuar në një moshë të vogël, por të paktën fëmijëve tanë të japin një arsimim të mirë dhe fëmia mund të martohet në një moshë e pakta 20 vjeç, e pakta.
তাই আমি সবার কাছে বলবো একটা কথাই কমু যে আমার মতো আমরা চাই না যে কোনো মেয়ের বাবা মা কোনো মেয়েকে অল্প বয়সে বিয়ে দিয়ে কোনো মেয়ের পড়ালেখা নষ্ট করুক বা কোনো মেয়ের জীবনটা নষ্ট করুক।
I do regret, not finishing school, growing up way too fast. That's just stuff you shouldn't do when you're a kid, honestly. I see that all now. I didn't see it then, though, and you can't change it.
Ending marriage before 18 is one of the United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It asks that governments, civil society organizations, religious and community leaders and families work together to re-evaluate the worth of their goals. It's a community effort, it's a country effort, it's a global effort.
So if somebody would have had a similar story to mine and would have told me, I wish that would have happened for me. I wish I had somebody to tell me that I was making the wrong choice.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
welcome to this edition of Timeless Conversations. My guest today is a person, I don't want to say young man. I believe when you say young man, you are just saying know your space too. But is a man I met about 15 years ago. It was a chance encounter. He's a very serious entrepreneur. He has a lot of energy, and if he loves anywhere, he loves the country, Nigeria. Alfred Okoro, you're welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Nice to see you.
Yes, sir.
You're looking all sharp, sharp, sharp. Well, welcome. I asked you to come on this conversation set because whenever we sit down to talk, the passion I see in you about development, about Nigeria, about getting things right, I feel should be shared with more people than just in our small talk session. So let's meet who Alfred Okoro is.
Wow, okay. That's a summary, right?
Yeah.
My name is Alfred Okoro, and was born and raised here, and luckily migrated to the States at 18, did my college, and came back in 2005 to start a business going into the broadcast media. Fast forward to that, which is when we met, and moved back in 2016 when I got married. And since then, still have this itch that I can't scratch that is bringing me back.
There's still that itch. The
Yes.
itch is called Nigeria.
Yes.
Why Nigeria?
It's home. I don't know how else to explain it. To me, Nigeria is home, regardless of where you go. And I feel that when you consider a place home, everything else is temporary.
So, being in diaspora is temporary. Your home is Nigeria, wherever you go. Okay, but as someone who has tasted both sides now and you're back in the States, yet you still want to come to Nigeria, don't people ask you, what do they do you?
Every day, my mom does, my wife does, and my kids are not grown up enough to ask me, but I'm sure they will someday. But the fact remains that this country is filled with possibilities. It's just mismanaged.
Mismanaged in what sense?
No direction. And by no direction, I simply mean that the whole entity, I'm not sure we know what Nigeria is. I think it's just being called a name, Nigeria. We're divided, a nation divided. That's my perspective of it. And from that angle, I look at possibilities. There is nothing that is not here. Absolutely not. The Nigerians here seem frustrated. Everybody wants to leave. And the moment they cross these waters, they excel. Both Yoruba, Igbo, Hausa, South, everybody in Nigeria. We've been ranked the most successful ethnic group in the United States. Why is it that we excel there, but not at home? It can only lead to the direction.
But what do you think can be done to fix that misdirection or lack of direction? What?
Well, for me, just like when you speak with everybody identifies problem. It's easy to identify a problem. A little kid today can identify the problem with Nigeria. I just don't think we have gotten to the point where we're fed up to say, you know what, let us make this place a home. Let us call it a home, not just a place that we find ourselves in.
You know, something that has been curious about you is that all the while that I've known you, I've never heard you say something like, let's go our separate ways.
No, I do not believe that. I completely believe we are better together. The beauty of this country is the diversity.
Can you throw more light on that?
Absolutely. If you ask the normal person, the greatest country in the world, it's called the United States. Who's an American? There's the Indian, there's the Chinese, there's the Asian, there's the African, there's everybody. Our diversity makes us the better. I believe so. I will be one of those to tell you I do not believe this country was designed to succeed. But so what? This is the card we're dealt, and we have to play that card.
But then, even if it was not designed to succeed, can't those who found themselves in there with the benefit of education and vision make it succeed?
Well, education is not knowledge. I feel that we so far are individualistic. And that still comes to nobody has defined this entity called home.
By we, do you mean all of us as Nigerians or particular ethnic groupings?
Every single one of us. I do not believe we call this place home. And I say that because where in Nigeria would you say is world standard? Despite all the resources. You look at the South with all the oil there, it's like a dump, unfortunately polluted. You look at the North with the massive land up there. What are we producing out of it? You look at the Southwest with the waters. What are we doing with the marine technology? So for me, I always use the we so as not to isolate everybody else. And I strongly believe that the problem with Nigeria is psychological. I think what we just need is a psychological reorientation. We have the ability, we have the knowledge, we have the talent. We're just not being harnessed and directed properly.
I always share with people the thought that what we need is a psychic reorientation in Nigeria. And I'm glad you said so too, but I want you to throw light on how that can happen.
The orientation being that I think Nigeria has had leaders by the true definition of it. My problem with those leaders is that they happen to be regional leaders, not national leaders. And that makes a whole difference. If you have 3 major ethnic groups, no disrespect to the other minor ethnic groups, but if we were to just work with 3 for the sake of our conversation, an Igbo leader is more concerned about the Southeast. A Yoruba leader is more concerned about the Southwest. An Hausa leader is concerned about the North. Is that what it's supposed to be? If you preach what Nigeria, it shouldn't matter where it is. Any kid from the South, not interested in marine or anything with petrol, go and find where it is. You should be able to move. And for me, psychological, I believe this state of origin word is counterproductive. I feel, first of all, if I ever get the opportunity to advise anybody or to talk to anybody, we should make a state of residence. It doesn't matter where you're from.
Hold that thought. We'll take a break now. When we're back, we'll continue with Alfred Okoro on Which Way, Nigeria. Welcome back to Timeless Conversations. Alfred Okoro is my guest. Now, Alfred, you were saying something about changing the state of origin to state of residence, right?
Yes.
But that brings something to my mind. There is the National Youth Service Corps. This is a compulsory 1-year service that every graduate of a higher institution must undertake. What do you think of it?
The mindset behind it is great. The implementation, I believe, is flawed. Because what would you say that a corporate today gets out of that 1 year of service? What really is the objective? You have corporates that are posted to places where they don't have accommodation. You have corporates that are placed in places that have absolutely zero help from the system. You have people paid to be posted to a different place. I mean, it happens everywhere. I just believe the implementation of the system is flawed. And by the state of residence, I don't think that a Yoruba or an Igbo boy born in Kaduna, it doesn't make you less of an Igbo and a Yoruba boy, but you are from Kaduna. Why? I believe you protect where you call home, your organizational behavior. I was born and raised in Enugu State, but my parents are from Imo. Where do you think I actually know?
Enugu now.
But I can't do anything in Enugu State. I have to go to Imo State.
Are you kidding?
No, but isn't that the law?
Is that the law now?
Lagos is a little different because I understand that in Lagos, it doesn't matter you've had senators or anything, but that's not practicable in any state outside of this. Legally, you can do something, but you are not from there, this indigenization concept. And I feel that makes people grow where they have no passion for. Let's look at that in law enforcement. You take a northern policeman, let's say a policeman from Kaduna, post him to Ogun State. His family is in Kaduna. He's the only one in Ogun State. There's a shooting somewhere, very violent shooting. What real interest does he have to interfere? What does he have to lose? Now, hold that thought. If his kids and his family are residents of that state and there's a problem, what do you think he would do? It doesn't matter his tribe. It doesn't matter his region. That's his home. So you can't post people where they have no affinity, no family association. And that's because of this indigenization concept, I believe. You have Igbo kids, I would say, grow up in the north. They don't call themselves northerners, but they're more northerners than Igbo. Where is their productivity coming from? For me, I simply believe that if we are able to do so, then you can see Igbos, you can see Yorubas that are in the north say, this is where I'm from. They participate locally, they participate nationally, but in that interest of their organizational behavior, not necessarily this geographical land called Southwest.
But sometime in the past, in our history, we've had people who were not from particular ethnic groupings residing there and even running for public office and being voted for successfully.
It's not illegal, but is it practicable?
But what went wrong? It seems we don't trust ourselves.
Possibly.
Or we're suspicious of each other.
Well, to me, on my own capacity, I believe that's that vacuum of leadership. Because based on my experience, when you say this vacuum of leadership, it's not that somebody is not occupying that seat. But when you have someone unqualified in a position that has nothing to offer, they feed on your fears. When you have an unqualified leader as the governor of a state, they will tell the locals that the foreigners are taking their jobs. Now, without those foreigners, would those jobs exist in the first place? What kind of jobs are we talking about? So it boils down to leadership at the end of the day, regardless. I think every other issue we're identifying as symptoms of a problem. I like using local examples. If you have a stream that is polluted, it's like water fountain falling down and it's polluted. Where do you start treating the water?
From the top.
You have to start from the top. Regardless of what you do on the bottom, the dirty water still comes down. We have to go all the way upstream. Is it going to be overnight? Absolutely not. But it has to be a buy-in from all stakeholders. Without that, I think we're just rubbing Band-Aid on the issues.
Now, you see, I want to dwell a bit more on the role of the youth in nation building. Historically, those who emerged as leaders were young people at some point, some of them even getting elected to the House of Representatives or even the Senate at 23, 25 and all that. And we even had a head of state who who got married in office and he was in his early 30s. Today, the people in that age grouping seem to be so disillusioned that what we keep hearing most of the time is about them, some of them, not all of them, but the ones that are very popular are those who engage in internet fraud, popularly called Yahoo and all that, or who just want to get rich quickly. Do you think if the National Youth Service program were overhauled, there could be something in it for the youth to assist them in looking forward to a very good future of service?
The question you hit on, the way I would tackle it is I look at things differently. One key thing is I try to look at things, it's easy to look at things from a first and second person perspective. But to push it a notch, also try to look at it from the third and the fourth person perspectives where you don't see the people that would benefit from your actions. To me, I see the fraudster as a very intelligent person that is misdirected. It's not easy to scam people out of their money. Now imagine that same fraudster in a lab somewhere working on some research. It's misdirection.
Yeah.
The youth of this country, which I believe I'm still a part of, is lack of direction that bothers us. Now, I can blame us for not taking charge. I'm not saying we're lack of blame. But it translates from the fact that we've sold our souls to cash. In Igbo, there's a proverb, it might lose meaning in translation, which says, if you tell a kid what it takes to be successful, he would rather be poor.
Say it first in Igbo.
Okay, what it just means, if you tell a poor person what it takes to be successful, he will rather be poor. The problem with that is people look at success as money. That's a literal translation. But it's a proverb, which means it's not supposed to be a literal translation. Now, if you flip it, that word success could be anything. It could be being a great father. It could be being a mentor, being a teacher that graduates all your students of your class and make sure that they advance. It could be anything. It could be a businessman that takes care of people. It could be an orphanage that gets kids placed. That's success. But what is success to the average person today? How much money is in your bank account? I'm not taking away the merits of economics, but the point is that we have translated success as cash. And if you translate it as cash and I don't have a job, I'm going to do whatever means necessary to get cash because that's what we've translated success to be. And at the end of the day, it boils down to direction, misdirection, I would say, lack of leadership. Growing up, the adage used to be, walk before you run. Technology makes it, you don't necessarily need to walk, you can run. Communication has been hastened, but are we really following? I don't think we are. Look at internet penetration in the country. I wouldn't say it's where it is currently. I believe investment in technology, absolutely. I don't think we are where we are technologically to be able to do anything else. But technology should play a role, and that's where the youths are involved. Mass communication is easy now. You can literally reach masses with a tweet. It matters. But also, it comes with its own problems. Fake news.
Fake news.
Fake news destroys more than bullets because it poisons minds.
Yeah.
So as much as I'm very pro-technology, I believe in technology that is checked also. That's where I am. Everything that has a positive also has a negative. We have to be in the in-between.
Still talking technology, you know, I know that, for instance, in our space,
yes,
the media space, a lot has happened. You have more people now who watch stuff online than like 10 years ago.
Yes.
Or like even than 3 years ago. But you find that most people still need to subscribe to pay before they can use certain apps and all that. Is it just because it's here in Nigeria and the cost of data and all that?
I wouldn't really say it's because it's Nigeria. I think it's an economic model. If I build a platform, it's all purely economics. I wouldn't fault someone if they make something free or if they make something to pay. I think if you make yours to pay, it creates me an opportunity to have one that is for free. So for me, I don't think that is our problem. I just don't think that our governments, I'm not specific to any
level.
I'm not saying general. I actually prefer to call him general. I don't think his government is at fault in terms of technology penetration or anything like that. What I just think, we don't have a roadmap to be inclusive. What is our rural technology plan? You go to some places, there's no cell reception. But other countries now are making sure that everybody's online to be able to be reached for whatever reason it is. Where we're going with technology, honestly, I don't even think that's the first step. I think we just don't have a roadmap. And personally, I religiously believe for us to get anything right, we have to go back to the drawing board to define this entity called Nigeria, because it's not working.
We'll continue with that definition very soon. We'll take a break now.
Thank you.
welcome back to the program. Alfred is still my guest. Yes, Alfred. You said something about a roadmap. What kind of roadmap do you want to develop?
For me, my objective is I would like to create a roadmap where an opportunity that will help us define this entity. For me, having met a lot of people in this country, having been to a lot of places in this country, and I've taken pride of going to about 34 states in this country by road.
By road?
Yes. And the beauty about that is you see how beautiful this country can be. My love for this country has no relationship with being north or south. I just look at it from a potential perspective. And it's sad when you see talent being wasted. I feel privileged on my own to have been able to be sent to the kind of school I was sent to by my parents, to have the privilege to go to a different country. But how do we implement that back home?
But that's your trip.
Yes.
To 34 states.
Yes.
By road.
Mm-hmm.
Give me like 2 takeaways.
This country is beautiful.
This country is what?
It's beautiful.
That's one.
Yes. The potential of it, the potential is massive. But it also shows me that what unites us is way bigger than what divides us.
That's deep.
Our similarities are way more than our divisions. Our divisions are probably language, religion.
Yeah.
How does that stop us from integrating? But the unification possibilities that we have in this country are huge, humongous.
In about, say, 50 years, if that were possible, how would you forecast Nigeria would be?
First of all, now I want to go back to walking before we run.
Ah, okay.
Okay, because just like Wi-Fi technology, somewhere at the back, there is a cable. I don't think we can progress the way the system is set up. I do not believe so. Because if you look at a typical Nigerian, you see eyes filled with hopelessness, and that is a problem. If you bring a typical Nigerian that's probably not from what we'd call the middle class or the upper class and whatnot, what is their hope? What are they looking forward to? When you identify the word Nigeria to them, what does it mean? To me, it's hopelessness, and that is the drive.
But how do we address this?
We have to sell hope back.
Sell hope back?
Yes.
How?
By redefining Nigeria. I'm not saying it's... Number one is, if it was easy, it would be a cakewalk. It would be a child's play. I'm not saying that what we desire to get, that what we desire to want to do is, it's not supposed to be easy. But I see a Nigeria where if a Yoruba boy is good in solar technology, we should ship him out to the northwest. No, northeast. If an Igbo boy is good in agriculture, we send him out to the northwest. If an outside kid happens to be one of the best petrochemical engineers that graduated, he has no business in the north. He should be in the south-south. Vice versa. There are so many. The beauty of this country is its diversity. Southwest doesn't have everything. Southeast doesn't have everything. The north doesn't have everything. So we have to break down those barriers to make everyone feel at home, that this is home, so that we're in the southwest, so that a Yoruba kid could wake up and go to Kaduna and meet their residency laws and be a Yoruba person from Kaduna. His interest is now in Kaduna. I don't see how that affects his tribe. But for us to progress, for him to be able to do that, which is what I believe will progress us. Now, this is not something that you say, this is a magic one, let's do this and Nigeria will be better. No, do I expect resistance? Absolutely. But I just hope that my generation will realize that our parents failed us.
That's unfair.
That's our reality. But more challenging that we don't fail our kids.
I want to challenge you.
Please go ahead.
Your generation cannot say that your parents' generation failed you.
They're the leaders.
But they gave you education. They sent
What
you
kind
to
of
school.
education?
They exposed you.
I've met mass comm students that have never touched the camera. I've met computer engineers that have never had a laptop. I have met pharmacists that probably, no, I haven't met pharmacists, but I'm mostly in my technological space. But I have met graduates that only studied what the school offered them.
They didn't have a practical side to it.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I have met someone that desired to, one of my sisters desired to be a pharmacist, but the school she never got a school that offered her that. Actually, now it's automatic for me that if you tell me you studied something of biological sciences, I believe you wanted to be a doctor. That you just couldn't get medicine. That education is flawed. The education we have here is a certificate. It's not practical.
So that's not just about the parents, because some of your group are already in the educational system.
Well,
so maybe that takes us back to your leadership failure mantra.
Science teaches us. I read a book by Marcus Aurelius that said, every complex problem, simplify it. When I study Nigeria from my own lens, from my capabilities, which I want to believe is different from a whole lot of people, if I were to simplify it, it narrows down to leadership. What is the job of a leader? To give direction. Why is this road bad? The road being bad is not the problem, it's why is it actually bad? If we narrow it down, whose job is it to do? If you narrow it all the way down, you could do with budgeting, you could do with enforcement, you could do with a whole lot of things. But for me, the leadership vacuum happens to be our whole problem. And I pray and hope that my generation would understand that the only way out of this is to play inclusive politics. But not just playing inclusive politics, the objective should be first, let's redefine this entity called Nigeria in our own terms, where we will all believe that it's home.
Okay, so inclusive politics. Let's talk politics a bit.
Please.
But I will relate it to something about development. Growing up, I know that sports was used as a tool.
Yes.
To harness the boundless energies of youngsters. And there was something you could predict. Oh, this guy, send him to go and learn swimming. This one, train him in track and field and all that. And then, of course, football. How is our sports field like now, as a young person?
We're a sports-loving nation, football-loving nation.
What does that mean?
I want to believe that we are all into the European Premier League,
Yes,
English Premier League. Whenever they're playing, we know everything. What is ours? What teams do we have? What is you hear about our female soccer stars come back and they're not paid. You hear about our athletes go to perform, to come back and they're not being paid. What is the motivation to represent this country? That is on the professional side. What is the growth plan? We don't have stadiums. When I was in primary school between 1991 and 1996, there's always inter-house sports. Every year there is an inter-house sports. You look forward to it. We compete with each other. How relevant is that now in harnessing the capabilities of the youth? We're soccer-loving nations. How many mini soccer pitches would you say you have? I'm sure you travel, you go to the UK, which is also a soccer-loving nation. You drive within neighborhoods. How many soccer pitches would you see? It doesn't have to be massive, but you see people practicing. Growing up in the States, we're more basketball and American football. You see basketball rims in virtually every county. You don't need anybody else to just go and practice. I believe sports on its own, even the income it will generate for this government, for the system, But let's not even focus on the income. Let's focus on the human capacity development. But we're not doing anything about it. What are the ministries doing to say, let's find the future stars of tomorrow and harness them? You look at, unfortunately, because of COVID, nobody is really looking at Olympics 2021. But I remember in 1996 in the Olympics, you can identify more than 20 Nigerian names born in Nigeria, not born abroad, born in Nigeria, that naturalized on different countries, just so that they will have the opportunity to participate. Why should that be the case? We are pushing away doctors. We're pushing away lawyers. We're pushing away professors. And in the same space, other people are coming in. Who are those people? Do they see this place more as a home than we do? I don't know. I don't have the answer. But I genuinely believe that running away isn't the solution. But I can share their pain. I can share the pain of a 21-year-old or a 22-year-old that's probably the oldest in their family with no job, with a supposed degree and no job. What is he or she supposed to do? The parent might be retired without a pension. Is someone being penalized? You see a government official or a pension commissioner or whatever loot the pension. I'm particular about the pension because that is the livelihood of families. What happens to him or her? What is this down effect of those? What is the downstream effect of ruining the pension system?
That's the kind of thing that will lead me to ask you about the impact of discipline. That's personal and corporate discipline. In our society, everything seems to have fallen apart.
You can relate it to, I honestly can't even say it's one thing. I genuinely believe we have sold our souls to the concept of cash. Cash is king. Whatever you have to do to make money. I have zero problem with economics. I have zero problem with the pursuit of your happiness. I actually religiously believe that. And if I get the opportunity, what I want to sell people is more strength in your pursuit of happiness, whatever your happiness might be. I can't make you to do good things, but I can punish you for doing bad. The limits to where we have decayed as a nation, I can't put a hand to where it is. But I can say it started from the erosion of the local governments.
Okay, but then what about the home? What about the home? Discipline starts in the home.
Yes, discipline starts in the home. And let's say, for example, a mother is supposed to discipline a child. Fair enough. Is the mother at home? Where is she? What if she's working? What system do we have? I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I do genuinely believe that, yes, family plays a huge part in a child's upbringing. But for me to judge a parent, I have to know where you're coming from.
In trying to know where they're coming from,
yes,
you must also try to understand, what the basic thresholds are for us as a society. What's acceptable in our society today?
Everything is. Everything goes.
Then we're not going anywhere.
That's the decay we have. Let's use driving, for example.
Yes.
How do drivers here behave?
What's the punishment?
There's no price to pay. But the same person, would they do that in front of the cantonment gate? The same driver that would come here, double park, block the road, no care about the backup of traffic or whatever, run a red light, would they do the same in front of the cantonment gates where the military are? Price and punishment.
Well, so then it's
there's no price to pay for anything goes in Nigeria today.
I believe that even the individual should be able to say, this is beneath me, I'm not going to do it.
But then you're taking away the concept of being human. As human beings, we will do whatever we'll get away with. If not, there wouldn't be laws. The law is there to enforce what we desire as a society.
So now, imagine a young person, well, a person, let's not say is young or old, a person who wants to be involved in politics but who has no personal scruples and all that. What kind of politician is that going to be?
That's a tough one.
Yes, it is.
Because it's intrinsic. My motivation didn't come from anybody. My motivation came when I realized that I mustn't be the king. I mustn't be the number one. Because speaking with my colleagues, speaking with a bunch of friends, speaking with people I believe that are opportuned, the bigger problem that we have, I don't know if it's a black problem, but the biggest problem we have, nobody wants to be willing to pay the ultimate price. Nobody wants to do anything they will not enjoy the benefits of it. Nobody wants to start anything that they will not live to enjoy, which is a big problem because life has a weird sense of humor.
Yeah.
I could start something, and Martin Luther King, did he see the civil rights he fought for?
No, he didn't.
It actually got propelled after his death. So do you think his wife was happy about that? I bet you not. She wants her husband, probably. I don't know her, but I want to assume that she wants her husband. For me, like I said, the itch that is itching me is a selfish interest. Very selfish. It just happens to be that this is home. I'm not doing it because I love anybody else. I'm not doing it because I love the people. I'm doing it because I want my home to be better.
You want your home to be better. You want your people to
And
be better.
if you're an occupant of my home, your benefit.
Okay, so now let's localize it. You're from Imo. You schooled in Enugu, more or less grew up in Enugu. But what you would like to do, your circumstances will prevent you from being able to do it in Enugu. That's the truth?
Like I said, it's, for me, let me just say something. I hope it doesn't take us away.
Yeah, we're
I think
still
a few years back, Abia State was created from Imo. But the Abia State governor told the Imo State teachers or something to go home. I had a problem with that. These are people that have lived there all their lives. But that's the issue that we're talking about. Enugu State and Anambra, this indigenization concept of somebody telling you you're not from here. How can you tell someone that have lived in a place all their lives that they're not from there? There are Igbo people in Lagos that are more Igbo than some Yoruba people that probably have never lived in Lagos. My wife was born and brought up in Lagos. She speaks more Yoruba than Igbo. You would actually think she's more Yoruba until you probably hear her name and last name and whatnot. To me, my Nigeria, and I'm internalizing it because it might not be someone else's, and I believe there should be diversity of opinions. There should be diversity of minds. We should not all agree. In my Nigeria, she's a Lagosian.
Yeah, she is.
Lagos is a little different.
No, but she's a Lagosian.
Okay.
She is a Lagosian.
And yeah, an Igbo person from Lagos.
Yes.
That's my Nigeria.
That's who
the
she
way I
is.
want to say it. Well, I'm not sure that's how it is applicable in the whole country. Though.
No, well, you said Lagos. That's how it is in Lagos.
No,
I can say
Lagos
that.
is one
and
out
you have
of 30.
experienced it.
Yes.
So, but what I'm saying is that if it happened that in Imo, no, not Imo now, in Enugu, where you grew up,
yes,
right, you can't come out to run for, say, Senate.
The local sentiment.
Yes. They say,
is
no,
that
he's
you're
not one of us.
No.
How do we prevent that? That's people saying that.
And that's when
That's
words,
not government now. That's people.
Yes, sir. That's when words matter. That's when psychological matter. That's when orientation matters. Because when you look at a document, it says states of origin. You didn't ask me where I reside. That state of origin could be lack of our documentation processes because they're trying to verify a whole lot of things, but it has a gravid effect. Because if all we know is a state of residence, then you should never bring up Imo. You can ask me
Or
place
even
of
state
birth.
of birth.
Yes.
Yes.
If we focus on that, that's the thing about time. It might not be my generation. But my grandchildren, when they grow up, they'll look at their friends and, where were you born? Then we can have that mindset that it doesn't matter where somebody's from. The America we look up to. George Bush is from Texas. His younger brother is from Florida. Obama was born in Hawaii. He was the senator from Chicago. I forgot where Hillary Clinton was born, but she's the senator from New York.
Yes.
It doesn't matter because these states define their residency laws. And the moment you meet those residency laws, you're a resident. That's where you're from. That you were born in America, you're an American citizen, not a state resident. You have to actually reside in the states and meet their residency laws to be a resident of that state. I moved from Boston to Georgia. I'm no longer a Boston resident. I have zero business with Boston anymore. Now I'm a resident of Georgia. Whatever I want to do, if I want to run U.S. local politics, I can only run it in Georgia now, even though I've lived there less than a year, because I met their residency laws. So it's the downtrodden, it's a psychological effect of words. It matters. If you keep asking me state of origin, the word origin means something. You didn't ask me place of birth. You didn't even ask me if I've gone there. What does it matter? Ask me where I'm born. Ask me where I reside. If you don't have my father's documentation, how is that my problem? But I genuinely believe that word, state of origin and state of, I believe that word, state of origin, should be scrapped.
Okay.
It has a
The
negative
concept
effect.
of state of origin should be scrapped.
I genuinely believe that.
Okay, well, before it is scrapped, I know that your state of origin is Imo.
Yes.
It's Imo.
Yes.
Now, so your parents are from Imo, so you have some very deep affinities with Imo.
Absolutely.
All right, so looking at Imo State today,
yes,
what role do you think not what role, Imo State today,
yes,
what are its potentials?
I have taught the states, even for economic possibilities, when I was running my company here. Just like every other state in the country, in this country, which I believe is blessed, it's blessed with youth. And no nation can run without youth. It's just direction of energy. Where are you directing that energy towards?
So there's youth.
Youth is the power, is the will. The Chinese population and all that, if they get into their 60s now, that becomes a liability. It's that youth from, I would say, for lack of a better word, 16 to maybe 45 or something, that productive youth. The state is blessed with youth. Abundance, natural resources and whatnot. They're just not being harnessed. Now, I don't want to say is this administration or that administration. As a collective, we don't have the kind of leadership we desire or we deserve.
That's generally and then particularly in Imo State. Now, what do you think the youth can do in this particular case of Imo State?
Well, if I isolate it, I think it's going to be rolled out and everything because it's the same. But if we trace back a little bit to the End SARS movement, what I got out of that movement is the power of organization. Now, I'm not talking about the end results or what started it, but the power when people come together. What I believe was wrong with it was the direction of the movement. Okay, how, strategy, bullet points, a figurehead. You can't run anything without a figurehead. But let it be a sample, a test sample of how things come up. What I love about what happened is the potential. When people come together, what can happen? And whatever can happen to Imo State can happen to Enugu, can happen to Ogun, Ondo, everywhere. Nigeria is blessed with youth. I'm not 100 on the numbers, but I think about 40 to 60% of the Nigerian population are youths. If we grade it from the 18 to 45 or something, are youths.
Yeah.
Productive youths.
Yeah.
Are we taking advantage of what is our unemployment population? it's skyrocketing now. So for me, I want to say it's unfortunate because you can't say I want to build road when someone is hungry. You can't say I want to do this, build hospital, when someone is not even eating. I think we have a microeconomic problem, and that we have leaderships that don't understand the importance of small-term wins.
Okay. So what kind of small-term wins would you suggest in the case of Imo?
A hypothetical.
Yes, hypothetical, yes.
A hypothetical, if I were to run Imo States, number one would be, how do I put food on the table of citizens? It could be a welfare. It could be, give me your documentation. We have NIN now, we have BVNs now, where I find out the people that are not, the population that are not working, maybe the first week, 2 weeks, mini handout just to be able to be sure that people have something to eat. You create a skill acquisition program whereby after 3 months for this to continue, you must go somewhere to get a skill. When you come out of that, I have to also be prepared to be able to offer you something. It could be a credit to start whatever it is you're good at.
Yeah.
But it is very hard to talk to a hungry person. And when people are hungry, you could, and I think that's why stomach infrastructure politics works. And I think that's why our politicians today take advantage of it. When people are hungry, they can do anything to eat. Short-term solution will be putting food on the table. Now, that's the end result. How we go about that. We don't have social programs. Who takes care of the disabled? If someone is genuinely disabled doesn't mean when you have, it could be psychological. It could be emotional, it could be a mental problem. You're disabled. Who takes care of those people? Are they not citizens?
Yes, they are.
What plans do we have for them? Is it when we see them roaming on the streets and then naked trying to eat out of the gutter that we think they have, we call this a mad person? No. It could be a psychological problem that probably just needs health care.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll take another break now. We'll be back. So welcome back to Timeless Conversations with Alfred Okoro as my guest. So Alfred, we're talking politics now.
Yes, sir.
Politics, young people are not participating.
No.
Why?
We have political parties not based on ideology. I'm speaking from my
go ahead.
experience,
I mean,
and I want to
qualified.
believe a lot of people share the same sentiment. What really is the difference between APC and PDP?
Title.
Half of the governors from PDP have migrated to APC. What is their ideology? I do not believe we have ideology-based politics. Now, the problem, because I haven't played in that politics, could be completely different, but it doesn't exist. You can't say that PDP is conservative and that APC is liberal. You cannot say that. Even though I believe that a party should both have a liberal and conservative arms of it, depending on the geographical region, whereby one party, even let's use APC for example, the northern part of the country are more conservative than the southern part. So I would expect APC members in the north to be more conservative than APC members in the south. But people do not participate because they do not believe in the message. I was here in 2015 when Baba's election. I am not going to lie, I have never been around in a time where people were filled with hope. Maybe it turned out to just be a marketing gimmick. It's not just about me directly, but where is those promises? And for me personally, I voted for General Buhari. Yeah, maybe I think what we have is President Buhari, but what I voted for was the general that was going to instill discipline in us, that was going to bring us this military structure. I'm not sure that I'm sure there are so many things that I do not know that is transpiring, but I don't think we are getting the short end of it.
Well, quite to be fair to the government, they're building some infrastructure, fixing some interstate and federal
One
roads.
credit I would give this government is on macroeconomics. I'm not an economist, so my words might be a little different, but I think I flew into Abuja and I was impressed with the airport. apart from that, this government, the huge credit I would give to them is from 1999, this is the only government that continued the previous administration's projects, that never abandoned them. Even if they didn't come up with brand new ones on their own, there are no ghost projects. That was very common in our politics.
Oh, yes.
Whereby this governor starts this road. Oh, because it's not me that started it, I don't want to give credit to this, I'm not going to. And you see that on the social media scheme, whereby the PDP sympathizers, when a railroad is completed or something, they're like, but he didn't start it. So what? To me, personally, I give them kudos on the macro level. But I'm not sure they get a pass on the micro level, and which is food on the table of everyday Nigerians. And I believe the general that people were clamoring for was the man of the people. I'm sure, like I said, it's not a criticism, but if we are to assess, I think on the micro level, I think we got the short end of the stick, if we were to look at it from that perspective.
So let's flip back to the youth now.
Yes.
Why, how do we get them interested?
We need to resell the youth on this entity called Nigeria, because I do not genuinely feel that they believe in this project.
Well, you still fall within that category, youth. So how would you sell the entity Nigeria to your fellow compatriots?
By selling them authenticity, by selling them genuineness, and by sensitization. Because it's easy to fall apart when you don't believe people, and we don't believe our politicians. Where someone, please allow me to backtrack a little bit. During the COVID,
yes,
there was a lockdown, and there was the riots, and people busted into a factory. The word became a social media meme, palliatives. How can we justify that? Food that was destined for the populace was being hoarded by politicians. How can I justify that? We're talking about food. Forget the money. We are talking about food.
Yes.
And people are supposed to quarantine. So let's use the people that are working in hospitals, in hotels. So that means no money.
Yes.
Let's call the transporters. That means no money. Maybe the people the bankers, maybe banks are big enough or structured enough that they could still be paying their staff. But let's talk about the undocumented, the people that feed off of the everyday income. How are they supposed to abide by that lockdown in place? I'm not arguing the lockdown because of the epidemic. There is supposed to be a lockdown. But how are they supposed to survive? So then the word on the street came that there were this food, but some politicians stocked it. How can you justify that? Yeah, maybe not everybody wants to stick their neck out, which I can understand. The role is not for everybody.
So now, let's fast track.
Okay.
Sell Nigeria.
This is home. Nowhere like home. And all it's going to take is for us to get together. All it's going to take is for us to believe in the project. And if we believe in the Nigeria project, we define our Nigeria, not my Nigeria. Maybe my is not the word, because the word I want to use is my Nigeria, internalizing it for your own personal, not someone else's, your Nigeria. What is it you desire Nigeria to be? How do you create that? We need to resell this project, this entity. I genuinely believe that what else would they believe? There is nowhere else to go. This is home. It's just that home is not habitable.
Let me ask you this final question.
Yes, sir.
Is there hope for Nigeria?
Absolutely.
Show me.
We just need to get the right hands. And I'm sorry, even though it's your right question, I think people don't understand what the word change means. People got caught up with the change mantra, saying, we voted for change, we didn't get it. No. Change is a continuum. That we changed and didn't get it doesn't mean that we stop. If a female goes to a hair salon and gets a bad hairdresser, does she stop making her hair?
No.
She tries another hairdresser. Why is it that when we change a politician and they're bad, we give up? We change them. One of the reasons why I loved APC winning was that concept of change. It's not about the results. But if we can get the mindset that we can change people when they underperform, in the long term, it's going to be great for us. I believe in this country. It's not about anything else. But it's not a me thing. And I understand somebody that's not getting psyched up about the project. It's fine. That creates work. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. It's not meant to be easy.
So you're saying they should believe in change?
We should believe in the word change, not who spoke it. We should believe that change means that we have to keep trying until we get it right.
And we do that every election?
Every election, we have to participate. We must participate. I do not think that the parties currently existing are ideology-based, but we can change it from the outside. You can only change it from the inside.
Thank you very much, Alfred,
Thank
for
you,
your
sir.
time.
It's a pleasure.
I've had timeless conversations with Alfred Okoro. Next time, we'll bring you another interesting talk session. Bye-bye.
It's scary, isn't it? Putting yourself out there, ignoring the voices telling you you can't. Will you step aside, or will you go for it? After all, what's the worst that could happen? So, keep trying. Don't stop. Believe in yourself and go for it. Aladana, available in many variants to nourish you every step of the way.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@PlusTvAfrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
On Plus TV News now. Southwest youths declare support for Bola Tinubu. Chris Ngige to make known position on Tuesday. Death toll from South Africa flood hits 400. Russia bans Prime Minister Boris Johnson from country over Ukraine war. Hello and welcome. Good evening, I'm Tolu Ojomi and this is the news now. Youths must have the can-do spirit, laced with some degree of determination, do away with banditry and be ready to change the story of tribalism. They must also put away lamentation of the past and brace up for the future. Ashwaji Bola Tinubu dropped this charge today while addressing youth from all the southwest states at the Bolaji Anthony Sports Arena to show support for his presidential ambition. Plus TV News correspondent Lavi Kukoyedogun covered the event. She now reports.
Mobolaji Anthony Sports Arena was filled to the brim with these youths who have traveled from across the southwestern states to show solidarity for the presidential ambition of Bola Tinubu. For these youths, it is important to see Bola Tinubu become the next president of Nigeria come 2023.
I am supporting him. I don't care about the in-health. All I know is he's going to be ready to do it. But when he gets there, I know he's going to do it. So forget about in-health. He's capable to do it. Even the LD ones are not capable to do this stuff. He's LD. He's LD to do whatever. He's strong, capable.
Lagos has been a role model to different states. Courts of Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The 8 years rule of Ashwaji Bola Ahmed Tinubu was a pillar of continuity of good governance for us in Lagos State.
Apart from Bola Tinubu, there's no place, there's nobody you can bring that can do it more than him. He has been a good leader over the years. He has been, he was the best governor. You understand? And he introduced so many people, he sold so many people to us, of which we did not regret.
The atmosphere became electrified as Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu mounted the stage. Sanwo-Olu reminded them that there is a lot of work to be done. He charged delegates among them to ensure they vote in the forthcoming primary election of the party.
We want to assure you that we'll continue to identify you as important stakeholder. Work is not finished yet. We still have a lot of work to do. The delegates among you, we must ensure that you come out to vote at the delegate election.
The rhythm suddenly changed with the arrival of Bola Tinubu. Without much ado, Tinubu re-echoed his desire to become Nigeria's next president.
Yes, I want to be president. For what? Is it for Eba? Is it for Gary? Is it for beans and dodo? I want to be president for you. Drive me there.
He told the youth that if he could transform Lagos, then he can do much more, even at the federal level.
You can create the path for free education and the university level. We can do it. We can build a new Nigeria where prosperity will not be isolated and limited to the family of the poor.
Tinubu urged the youth who are yet to register or revalidate their voters' cards to do so in order to be able to vote in 2023. From Lagos, Lav Ikuku Uyedoku, Plus TV News.
Meanwhile, the Minister of Labour and Employment, Senator Chris Ngige, today said he would unveil his journey to the presidency on Tuesday. Ngige said that he had consulted with both mortal and immortal people and would disclose his position on the 2023 presidency after the resurrection of Jesus Christ. Ngige gave the hint at the Akano Ibiam International Airport, Enugu, were responding to a request from a pressure group under the aegis of the Southeast Progressive Forum. They stormed the airport and asked the minister to contest the presidency in 2023. Rivers State Governor Nyesom Wike has said that he would remain in the PDP even if he does not win the presidential ticket. He said this while addressing stakeholders of the Niger State chapter of the PDP on his intention to contest for president at the party secretariat in Minna today. He added that there was nothing wrong with the consensus candidate if it's based on equity, justice, and fairness. The deputy chairman of the PDP Governors Forum and the governor of Abia State, Okeze Ikpeazu, has reiterated his commitment to the genuine initiatives towards coming up with the consensus presidential candidate of the PDP. The governor stated this while addressing those men after a closed-door meeting with some presidential aspirants under the platform of the PDP. They were in Abia on the mission of the possibility of a consensus presidential candidate for the main opposition party in Nigeria. He admonished them, respective of their region, to forge an alliance for the common interest of the Nigerian people, while expressing total pleasure on the special visit. Now, a young business tycoon, Mr. Ifeanyi Odi, has joined the Ebonyi State governorship race, promising to bring peace, unity, and progress to the people. He was at the PDP Secretariat to submit his nomination form collected a week ago with massive support from his kinsmen. He was received by staff of the Secretariat, after which he addressed the media of his great plans for the state, which he says will be anchored on wealth creation and human development.
Come here to submit my nomination form for expression of interest, for gubernatorial election coming up sometime in 2023. They're my people, I have the people are with me, and I'm with the people. The first I can make, if God willing, the love I have for the people and the love they have for me, if I'm given the mantle of leadership to Governor Ebonyi State, I will create wealth for our people, and I will focus on more of human capital development.
For the aspiration of Ifeanyi Odi, Chukuma Odi, to join the race. You see, since I served the party and finished my tenure in 2013, I've never followed any Guber aspirant from Ebonyi to come and submit form. For me to be here, it reads meaning. So he is going to create wealth for Ebonyi people.
Now, the need for youths to stand up and take the rightful positions in policy and decision-making process in Nigeria took center stage at an event held in Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Scores of youths believe they cannot continue to be marginalized if the country desires a true positive turnaround. Speakers at the symposium believe that more civic participation by youths will not just guarantee better governance, but will also bridge the significant gap between those deciding policy and those who have to ensure its effects. Professor David Adeyemo, lecturer, University of Ibadan, said following the 2019 general elections, after the age limitation amendment had been carried through in 2018, it shows that youth's participation in those elections rose to 34.2%, as against 21% in 2015. Deputy Senate President Ovie Omoagege has said that the Delta State Governor, Senator Ifeanyi Okowa, spends 2 billion naira on political appointees in the state every month, when he can't even pay retirees their monthly pension, having worked for 35 years. Omoagege made a statement at the declaration for the APC governorship aspirant in Awari, Delta State. Delta State correspondent Akpomejo Friday reported that Omoagege said that the present government of the PDP in the state has failed Delta in all sectors, and that it's time for everyone to wake up and vote out such a party.
Our civil servants, our parents who gave their life, the best part of their lives, in the service of this state. Some of them have retired in 8, 9, 10 years. Until today, they have not been paid their retirement benefits. Meanwhile, Okowa is busy every day employing I never talk about like that. When I know Abi, Okowa spends 2 billion naira, 2 billion naira every month on these people who do not contribute anything to governance. But our civil servants, our youths who need gainful employment, he will not give you jobs. Enough is.
The State Commissioner for Information, Charles Aniago, debunked the allegations made against Governor Ifeanyi Okowa. Aniago said those appointees are those helping the government to develop the 25 local government areas of the state, and that this shows that the Deputy Senate President is not on the ground to know what the government has done.
We need to remind him that he needs to go and visit Obiaroko and see what is going on with the Obiaroko bridge. We need to also tell him that before we came on board, from Indokwa West to Indokwa East, we were making use of what we call pontoon, a particular kind of boat that have to convey vehicles from Indokwa West to join our people in the Beneku houses, not to come and display their ignorance of the issues as they are on ground. If he does not know that we have built bridges even very close to his community, it means he is not on ground. If he's not aware that a number of secondary schools have been transformed and they now look like a university, it means that he's not very much on ground. If he's not aware that over 20,000 and by remotely more than 200,000 Deltans, young ones, have been taken off the street on account of our empowerment programs, then it means he does not understand what it means to grow an economy of a state.
The PDP has urged Nigerians to use the occasion of Easter to rekindle their hope for a brighter future and the national rebirth. The party made a call in a statement issued by its National Publicity Secretary, Mr. Debo Olugwagba, in Abuja today. PDP said that Easter, the celebration of the victory of life over death, offers us the opportunity to further strengthen Nigerians' resolve to rescue the nation from forces against it. PDP advised Nigerians not to resign to despondency in the face of life-discounting experiences, but reinforce their determination to unite and use their votes to give the nation a new lease of life come 2023. Suspected herdsmen today attacked a 77-year-old farmer, Benjamin Babatunde, on his farm in the agrarian community of Ikakumo in Akoko Northeast Local Government Area, that's in Ondo State. The farmer was reportedly attacked by the hoodlums while working on his farm and was seriously macheted while the herdsman left him in his pool of blood. Operatives of Amotekun Kuz in Ondo State have apprehended 2 underage armed robbers who named themselves after 2 Nigeria's notorious robbers, Oyenusi and Aneni. They were arrested alongside their mothers, who always fortify them with local charms while going for robbery operations. They were paraded by the state commander of Amotekun, Adetunji Adele. They were part of the 19 suspects paraded for various offenses. He said they were arrested at different robbery scenes in the state.
These ones that we are parading, we've concluded investigations and we are set to send them to the DPP office so that their cases could be transferred to the courts. It is amazing that we have a second-time juvenile armed robber here who named himself Oyenusi. And his first timer here is 12-year-old, and he says that he has to climb stools to keep his weapon on the ceiling.
And now we move to Edo State, where the police command have paraded a 17-year-old boy, Chukwe Bukanwodo, who killed his boss. Those who were paraded included a three-man gang of kidnappers, as well as others who were brought in for various degrees of crimes.
I went to Ring Road, go and search for who know how to drive. Then I missed these guys for my best Niger place, only this one. Then I asked her, do you know how to drive? He said yes. So I take her to the night. Now we drive out. When we drive out, and she got me to the second guy that there's one guy that coming out. I didn't know how to go. I just jam out and best Niger place. So we go and call this guy that I take the guy that I want to go and drive. She take me to Owelu. Then all we need to Owelu to go inside the car. When we dancing our rollers, start beating us. So hand over our case.
Come back from Ghana, I want to take confused when I go out people. I tell you come back from Ghana. And I don't know say one go say the motor.
Adamawa State government has declared an end to the recent cholera outbreak in some council areas of the state, which claimed the lives of 55 persons. While declaring the cholera epidemic over at a press conference in Yola, the State Commissioner for Health, Professor Issa Abdullahi, said since the beginning of the first confirmed case of cholera outbreak in the state in July last year, a total of 1,959 suspected cases with 55 deaths have been recorded. The Commissioner, however, cautioned that the declaration of the end of cholera does not suggest a time to relax. He expressed gratitude to the WHO, United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, and other partners that collaborated with the state government in managing cholera from when it broke out in July last year till now, to keep infections and fatalities as low as it could be helped. He also said the state recently recorded its first ever confirmed case of monkeypox early this year.
Since we have not recorded any case despite heightened surveillance for cholera for several weeks, the government and partners are happy to declare the cholera outbreak over. Since the beginning of the outbreak, a total of 1,959 suspected cases with 55 deaths were recorded, and this gives a case fatality rate of 2.8%. However, this does not suggest a time to relax, but a window of opportunity to heighten our preparedness against cholera and other vaccine-preventable diseases. It is worthy of note to also bring to your notice that Adamawa State recently recorded its first ever confirmed case of monkeypox early this year, 2022. After a few weeks, an outbreak of same disease occurred in the Yola North Correctional Center with 37 inmates affected.
From Adamawa, let's come to Ogun State, where the government has signed a $400 million memorandum of understanding with Arise Integrated Industrial Platform. That's for the development of the Olokola Free Trade Zone and Remo Agro-Processing Zones in the state. The Arise Integrated Industrial Platform, led by its founder, Gagan Gupta, is interested in the development of the Olokola Economic Zone and the Remo Agro-Processing Zone, renewable energy and automobile industry. It's expected to provide about 25,000 jobs in its first phase of development.
On building two parks. One park is the Olokola Free Trade Zone that will be focused completely on renewables. So the entire infrastructure will develop there around renewable manufacturing, be it electric bike manufacturing, be it solar panel manufacturing, be it conversion kits for CNG, so everything to do with renewables will be focused there, along with processing for things that we can import and transform there. So that is going to be the focus of that zone. The second zone that we are going to focus is the Remo cluster near the airport. There we are going to focus on everything to do with agri-processing. And our intention is that we start the work on both these industrial zones in next 3 to 4 months. So our intention is really to start everything by July mid latest. In terms of next steps, we'll partner with the state and the national operators. So our typical model is that we'll bring in the equity, we'll invest 65% of the equity, and we leave 35% open for the national players.
Speaking shortly after appending a signature for the commencement of the $400 million investment, Governor Abiodun promised his administration's renewed commitment towards initiating favorable policies and reforms to attract more foreign direct investments.
We're looking at developing that piece for e-mobility, perhaps the automobile industry, and so on and so forth, and renewable energy. And the Remo zone will be focused on agro processing. Whatever soft infrastructure that we need to provide, you can be rest assured that we will leave no stone unturned. The commitment is total. And you know that this is an APC state, and the federal government is an APC federal government. And this federal government is also very aggressive about bringing in foreign direct investment. So I can assure you that the cooperation and collaboration will be total. Very excited about the opportunity to attract more investors, because what many people may not understand is that yes, you are the lead investor coming to put in place the required infrastructure. But that infrastructure that you're putting in place is meant to unlock the potential to bring in further investors, a lot more investors.
The State Commissioner for Finance, who also doubles as the Chief Economic Advisor to the Governor, maintained that the agreement will improve the import substitution strategy, improve export, and give leverage to the 6 newly created economic clusters in Ogun State.
The country as a whole, much more foreign exchange, but also from an import substitution strategy, also produce and process locally what we import. I think there can't be a better place to do these two or to achieve these two objectives than Ogun State. In line with His Excellency's vision and also a very proactive strategy of creating 6 different economic development clusters, we believe that this is the only way, to be able to achieve the cost competitiveness of industries, particularly during the recently signed Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, which makes Africa a single market, a single economic bloc. And so we need to continuously drive down cost of production here. And so by setting up a cluster with baseline infrastructure and getting the expertise and the financing and the capital from a foreign investors like Arise.
Now, devolution of powers and the press freedom have been named, amongst other things, as strategies to use in fixing the legitimation crisis in Nigeria. A professor of the Department of Sociology at the University of Lagos, Adebayo Ninalowo, who stated this during his valedictory lecture to mark his exit from the school, also pointed out that Nigeria, as a rich country, should have no business with poverty. PlusTvAfrica correspondent Adebanke Odunoye has more on this.
Delivering his lecture titled Continuities on Legitimation Crisis and the Human Condition, Professor Ninalowo noted that the crisis had its background in philosophy, which compares the political systems to the reality of the citizens.
When we talk about legitimation crisis, it's rooted philosophically. You try to juxtapose the nexus of the political state in relation to the citizenry and the amelioration of the human condition.
The professor also added that the ASU strike means that there is something very wrong with the political system.
That we are here holding this occasion, this program, is symptomatic of legitimation crisis. Where else in the world that academics who embark on strike almost every 6 months or at most every year. Huh? There is something wrong with the system.
During the course of the lecture, the professor said the youth are the future of the country.
The older generations, they don't seem to have the answer for the real resolution of the problem. The younger folks like this, like what's the name of that guy? Professor Emeka, Elumelu, he will say, the future of Africa is in your hands, addressing the youth. I agree with him.
The strike embarked upon by the Academic Staff Union of Universities was said to have had a great effect on students.
Definitely, it has affected the university calendar and also the students, because many of them were doing their projects before the strike started. But definitely, I'm sure that the university will make up for that and will be able to adjust the university calendar accordingly.
Traditional rulers present at the event described Professor Nino Lowo as a man of great character.
Oh, Nino Lowo, the emeritus professor, is a very good man. I've known him for long, over 40 years I've known him.
The professor highlighted the devolution of powers and press freedom as solutions to the legitimation crisis in Nigeria. Adebanke Ojunoyi, Plus TV News.
And as Christians are basking in the euphoria of the Easter celebration, some Nigerians say it's worth celebrating anyway, irrespective of the many challenges. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
It signifies freedom for me. Means that Christ came, he sacrificed himself, and he has died so that a lot of sins that a lot of people commit, even before they commit it, they are forgiven. And so once they just accept him, everything is gone. Yeah, there's insecurity, there is a lot of things, but Jesus did not cause it.
As a Catholic, Good Friday meant a lot to me because we are celebrating the resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. If you are alive today, despite the security situation in the country, you should celebrate yourself. You should celebrate Christ, because without Christ, there's no life.
Where there is life, there is hope, right? We have to, we don't we are Nigerians. No matter the condition, we are going to continue smiling and celebrating our life because we are alive and there is health, and we thank God.
It's worth celebrating because no matter what, we can't just deny ourselves the right to be happy. So we need to be happy, to share, because now Nigeria itself is very bad. So the only way you can come out of the bad situation is just for you to give yourself that happiness.
As a Christian, I just understood that Good Friday is the day that Jesus Christ went to Galilee and he was crucified on the cross of Calvary. And it's a very significant event. So regardless of whatever may be, what may come, the circumstances on ground, it should be celebrated. And it should be taken into consideration that this particular day is actually the day that somebody came from heaven, took the form of man and died for our sins.
In what it, in any condition, we should praise God. When you are alive, be able to praise God. And especially this week, most of people is late. Maybe sickness or one thing or the other happens suddenly. So when we are alive, you praise God.
Ó jẹun gbogbo nínú ayé wa nítorí pé ńgbà tí Jésù kú fún wa tán ó tún jíǹde tó rà wá padà nínú ẹ̀ṣẹ̀. Ìwé mímọ́ náà ló sọ wọ́n nínú ohun gbogbo ní ká ṣáà máa dúpẹ́. Ó lọ́pẹ́ ni. Ọpẹ́ ló yẹ. Ọpẹ́ ló yẹ. Àwa láyé, ọpẹ́ ló yẹ.
Still ahead, UK grants one-way ticket to Rwanda for asylum seekers. Details when we return. Please stay with us.
Creative Industry Power presents one event, 4 locations, 7 days, 10 countries, 168 hours of fun in the city of Lagos. It's the Creative Industry Festival, C-Fest, from the 1st of May to the 7th of May, 2022. Get ready to rock and be rocked the creative way. For more details, visit www.festival.creativeindustrygroup.ng.com. For advert bookings and exhibition stands, call 0913-569-9010. Maximum security guaranteed. C-Fest 2022, powered by Creative Industry Power. Supported by PlusTvAfrica.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Let's now move to other parts of Africa. Tens of thousands of displaced people have gathered for safety on a remote hilltop in Ituri province in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. They are seeking refuge from the persistent violent attacks that have ravaged the region for decades. Amidst the chaos are children who have been orphaned, forced from their homes, and made to witness horrific events. Among those living in the hillside camp is a 14-year-old boy who arrived there alone after fleeing on an attack. We're calling him Blokwa to protect his identity. That's like a pseudonym. Blokwa and his family had already run away from his home twice when an armed group attacked the camp they were living in. Again, tens of thousands of people were left without shelter, water, and power after flash floods washed away homes and roads and killed more than 400 people in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province. Among those mourning is Bonakele Mishali, who lost 2 daughters on April 11 in Durban.
Bonakele Mchali was away at a funeral when floods on South Africa's east coast swept her iron-roofed shack off the hillside in Lindelani Township. Her 2 daughters, aged 11 and 17, were inside. She's been searching for them since the disaster struck at the start of the week.
When I arrived, I asked where the children were and wasn't even bothered about my house being swept away by the floods. I asked where my children were because I told them to go stay with my sister. No one answered me. I asked my son. He didn't know, and so I realized that they were swept away with the flood.
Thursday, Mchali's son got a call from others in the community who had found a body. It was 17-year-old Bapiwe.
I'm very sad, but I cannot be angry at anyone because it's God's plan.
Charlie's daughter is one of around 400 people killed after extremely powerful rains battered KwaZulu-Natal province. Authorities say 13,600 people have been left homeless. Some, like Bonga Mkuzu, were trying to rebuild.
As you can see now, I'm digging the toilet. I've got no toilet, I've got no water, I've got no electricity, no food at home. Everything is gone at this flat.
Others on Friday were searching for survivors or closure. The government has mobilised emergency funds to bring relief to thousands without shelter, power or water. A tragedy that experts say will become more common as the climate warms.
Meanwhile, a total of 395 people have been killed and a total of 40,723 people have been affected by flood in South Africa's KwaZulu-Natal province since Monday. That's according to local authorities. The government has declared a state of emergency now in the affected areas and has pledged $68 million to help thousands of affected people. It's been raining heavily in KwaZulu-Natal since the weekend, which damaged roads, homes, schools, electricity poles, and many government infrastructure.
It is terrible. I was in the UN meeting yesterday, countries sending messages of condolences and solidarity for South Africa, specifically for KZN. Having communities that are locked out of opportunities, work, lives being lost, properties being lost, this is devastating. For us as human settlement, we are counting, and it's still increasing. That's why I'm saying people need to know that as we read out these figures, they must note that these figures might increase. We're talking about 4,000 houses that have completely been damaged as we speak, 8,000 partially damaged as we speak. And this number could be increasing because there's been areas where they've not been able to access as in terms of technical assessment.
And as you can see, a lot of debris and waste has come down because of the recent heavy rains that have lashed our city. And currently we're on a cleanup campaign, and I would say it'll take a few days.
Priti Patel had to personally approve a scheme to send some asylum seekers from the UK to Rwanda after her officials voiced concerns over value for money. The Home Secretary issued a rare ministerial direction to push through the plans, meaning she takes responsibility for it. It's only the second time the Home Office has issued the power in 30 years. A union for top civil servants said the plan was divisive, but officials would have to implement it or leave. Let's get outside Africa now. One person was killed and 18 wounded when a Russian missile hit one of the central districts of Ukraine's northeastern Kharkiv region today. The missile hit a former factory in the area of Korny Rynok at around 11 a.m. local time. Ukrainian Emergency Service spokesperson Yevhen Vasilenko said the missile produced a fire of 1,500 square meters. It partially damaged nearby buildings, including multi-story residential buildings. People rallied in Germany today against Russia's invasion on Ukraine, calling for peace and expressing their support for the Ukrainian people. In Berlin, people marched on the streets, holding signs and Ukrainian flags during an event organized by Ukrainians. 3 young Russian women who were campaigning in front of the Russian embassy over Easter said they were on a 3-day hunger strike. That's a protest against the war in Ukraine.
I have a big personal motivation because this war is really I think it broke my heart when I woke up like this day, and I really didn't know what to do, and I still don't know what to do, of course, but I think it's a personal responsibility of every Russian person to speak, because it's us who can actually deliver this message to people that the war is going on and it's not ending right now. And even though people are not talking about it right now so much as they used before, like the first days of the war, it's still going on. And people are still dying, and people still have to flee their own country.
Our mission to really show people that not all Russians support this war, not all Russians are supporting this fascist Putin's regime, and for me it's also very important to show it to the Ukrainians.
Russia has banned Prime Minister Boris Johnson and other senior ministers from entering Russia over what it describes as UK's hostile stance on the war in Ukraine. Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, Defense Secretary Ben Wallace, and 10 other senior politicians, mostly members of the cabinet, have also been barred. Moscow said the decision had been made in retaliation to the UK's sanctions against it since it invaded Ukraine. In March, Moscow imposed a similar ban against US President Joe Biden. Still on Ukraine, President Volodymyr Zelensky awarded medals to soldiers during a ceremony in the country. During the ceremony, he praised their work, saying it has allowed the civilian population to have a constant connection with the government. Up next, Nigeria inflation records 15.92% increase in March. That's in business news. After the short break, stay with us.
You're welcome to the business news. My name is Adebanke Odunui. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, has said that the nation's inflation rate increased to 15.92% in March 2022. According to a report released by the NBS in March, the Consumer Price Index (CPI), which measures inflation, increased to 15.92% on year-on-year, which is 2.25 percentage points lower compared to 18.17% recorded in March 2021. It further said that on a month-on-month basis, the headline index increased to 1.74% in March 2022, representing 0.11 percentage points higher than the 1.63% rate recorded in February 2022. A global online giant, QNet, has extended its operation to Nigeria as to tap to the nation's e-commerce spending estimated at $12 billion. Regional General Manager, Sub-Saharan Africa for QNet Limited, Biram Fall, who spoke at the launch of QNet in Ikeja, said direct selling used by top global brands and smaller entrepreneurial companies to market products and services to consumers has continued to grow, with total retail sales amounting to $179.3 billion in 2020 globally. He stressed that QNet's entry into the country was in line with the government's vision to partner with the private sector to effectively achieve the desired economic recovery and transformative growth. The Lekki Concession Company (LCC) has postponed the resumption of toll collection at the Lekki-Ikoyi Link Bridge. A statement by LCC Managing Director Yomi Omomo-Wason states that the company will announce a new date soon. LCC had suspended operations at the toll gate after the shooting incident during the EndSARS protests in October 2020. Twitter has adopted a limited duration shareholder rights plan to limit the potential of Elon Musk to increase his ownership in the company, as buyout firm Thoma Bravo emerged to challenge the $43 billion of Elon Musk bid for the social media platform.
Twitter on Friday adopted a limited duration shareholder rights plan to protect itself from billionaire entrepreneur Elon Musk's $43 billion cash takeover offer. Musk on Thursday hinted at the possibility of a hostile bid in which he would bypass Twitter's board and put the offer directly to its shareholders. Under the plan, also known as a poison pill strategy, the company could flood the market with new shares if anyone acquires 15% or more of Twitter's stock without board approval. On Thursday, Musk took aim at Twitter, saying the social media company needs to be taken private to grow and to become a platform for free speech. And while Musk's bid may take a page out of Warren Buffett's take it or leave it playbook, investment bankers, investors, and analysts say he needs a blowout bid and more details in his financing for this strategy to work. And they said Musk has a track record of reversing his positions, a trait that clouds his aim to buy Twitter. Wedbush Securities analyst Daniel Ives said Musk's move would set in motion events that will likely see Twitter being sold one way or another.
If the board says no, as a fiduciary, they'll be eating lawsuits for breakfast. So this is going to force the board to do a strategic process, look for another bid. But this, in my opinion, is the current Twitter story with the clock striking midnight. One way or another, we believe the company is going to be sold.
The French cosmetics chain L'Occitane says it will close its Russian shops and websites days after defending its decision to continuing trading. The firm said the move follows the enormous human suffering and escalating military action in Ukraine. Some consumers had criticized the company for its decision and called for a boycott of the brand. And that is the business news. I am Adebanke Odunui. The news continues.
Now we bring you entertainment news. Stay with us.
Kiss Daniel and his former record label boss, Emperor Jeezy, CEO of G Worldwide Entertainment, are back in good terms. During the week, they were seen hugging each other and dancing to Daniel's new song, Oshe, in the video posted on social media. According to a source close to them, they have ended their feud and the court case instituted against Daniel by G Worldwide will be discontinued. Nigerian singer Temi Ovwasa has announced she is cutting off ties with her mother over the mother's failure to act when her husband sexually abused Temi. To buttress her resolve, the singer also vowed never to attend her mother's funeral over her decision to side with her stepfather. According to her, she suffered the first abuse when she was 11 years old, and it continued for the next 6 years. Temi revealed that her stepfather documented the act in his diary and her mother failed to take any action even after stumbling on it. The artist said the incident plunged her into a mental health crisis. Nigerian club owners and entertainers in the country have called on the federal government to come to their aid in order to help reduce the cost of doing business in the country. These they attributed to the cost of diesel, security and government policies in running a nightclub in the FCT.
And the issue of life, like I know at times, sometime last year, we were getting diesel, let me just use it as an example, at about 350 per liter, but now it's almost 700 times 2 plots. And the whole thing is still, the prices are still constant. So I would say we're just managing and pushing it, bringing up ideas and brainstorming to make sure that things are moving on. We never say die. We keep moving, but the government, we are pleading to them to come to the aid of Nigerians because things are tough.
Entertainment is one of the biggest business in Nigeria. If you know what you're doing in it, a lot of money are in there. But you have to be very dedicated and sincere to yourself. You will get there. It's a very good business. I encourage every Nigerian to invest in it. It's a large market. The light issue is really, really very, very bad. And government need to work on that. They need to make sure that we, the businessmen, are having all these things, social amenities and necessary amenities ready for us to do our business. Because without light, this business will be very difficult for you to run it. Because right now, the diesel cost is very high. If you depend on diesel in this business, you might end up running out of funds.
Amina Muadi, the lady caught in the cheating rumors allegation against Rihanna's boyfriend A$AP Rocky, has finally broken her silence. According to Muadi, she initially assumed it was a fake gossip, but decided to clear the air about the reports. Muadi said she had to address the rumors because of the implications on all the lives concerned. Chinese pianist Lang Lang gave a sky-high performance on Thursday, April 14th, at the Europe's highest train station, the Zhongfuzhong, located at 3,454 meters above the sea level. He played a grand piano that was situated on the mountaintop, surrounded by the Swiss Plateau, which lies between the Jura and the Swiss Alps. His 8-minute performance includes the songs Love Dreams, Jasmine Flower, and Goldberg Variations. It was his first piano performance in the snow.
now the ever-exciting world of sports. Stay with us.
A Nigerian athlete, Favour Ofili, has broken Blessing Okagbare's 200 meters national record at the Tom Jones Memorial Classic 2022. Okagbare previously held the national record since 2018 with a time of 22 minutes 4 seconds. Ofili ran a blistering 21 minutes 96 seconds to also become the first collegiate athlete to ever go sub 22 seconds. With the time, she also emerged as the first Nigerian female to break 22 seconds in the women's 200 meters. Nigeria will know their group opponents when the draw for the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations qualification series is staged at the SuperSport Studio in Johannesburg, South Africa on Tuesday evening. The event will commence at 6:30 p.m. Nigerian time, which is 7:30 p.m. in South Africa. A total of 48 teams will be divided into 12 groups of 4 teams each, with only the winner of each group guaranteed a slot at the 34th Africa Cup of Nations that Côte d'Ivoire will stage next year summer. Hosts Côte d'Ivoire are guaranteed a place alongside the best 3 second-placed teams in all the 12 groups. Sadio Mane scored twice as Liverpool beat Manchester City 3-2 in a classic FA Cup semi-final at Wembley and kept alive their quadruple hopes. Ibrahima Konate opened the scoring after 9 minutes before Mane netted a bizarre goal, tackling City keeper Zach Steffen on the goal line. Mane added his second with a thunderous volley before the break. Jack Grealish scored for City shortly after the restart, and Bernardo Silva added another in the 91st minute. But Liverpool held on to reach their 15th FA Cup final. Cristiano Ronaldo's 50th club career hat-trick earned below par Manchester United a 3-2 Premier League victory over Norwich City on Saturday, April 16, amid scenes of fan protest at Old Trafford. With Tottenham Hotspur losing 1-0 at home to Brighton and Hove Albion early on Saturday, the door was open for United to close on the Champions League qualification places with victory over bottom side Norwich, and they just about took advantage. At a first-half double from veteran striker Ronaldo seemingly put the hosts on course for a comfortable win in the sunshine, with Norwich struggling to keep pace. However, goals from Kieran Dowell and Timo Pukki completed the Norwich comeback to stun Old Trafford into silence 7 minutes after the break. But Ronaldo stole the show once again with a sensational winner 14 minutes from time to drag United out of the mirror once more. Alejandro Davidovich Fokina reached his first singles final on the main tour when he beat Bulgarian Grigor Dimitrov 6-4, 6-7, 2-6-3 in a seesaw clash at the Monte Carlo Masters on Saturday, April 16. The world number 46 from Spain, whose best performances were 2 Challengers titles in 2019, won 5 of his 6 breakpoints, while Dimitrov failed to convert 7 of his 10 opportunities. The 22-year-old will now face either German Alexander Zverev or defending champion Stefanos Tsitsipas, who beat him here in the quarterfinals last year. A Dimitrov double fault gave Davidovich Fokina the first break of the match in the third game, and the Spaniard held serve to bag the opening set.
And the main news again. Southwest youths today declared support for Bola Tinubu. Chris Ngige will make his position known on Tuesday. Death toll from South Africa flood has hit 400. And we told you how Russia banned British Prime Minister Boris Johnson from country over Ukraine war. That's the news now. For more stories, please follow us at PlusTvAfrica on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at PlusTvAfrica and PlusTvAfrica Lifestyle. I am Tolu Ojeomi. Thanks for watching, and do have a good night.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from PlusTvAfrica.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take?
I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science.
Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory?
The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Yes, every week we end this show optimistic that the new week will bring us loads of good tidings. Well, unfortunately, we get disappointed with the many sad and heartbreaking news all around us, especially things happening which tear the family and society apart.
The past days defy my expression. I really haven't been able to put my fingers on a lot of the horrible things that have happened in the past 1 week since we were last on this show. And the questions on the lips of so many people, including myself, is why is there so much evil in the world today? And why so much evil in Nigeria today? Why has life become so valueless? Why do we have so much brutality, killing, maiming, and all of that around us? Why is it on the increase, John? What's happened to us as human beings?
It's a huge question mark there, because we really don't know what's happening. There's so much happening, tension, Well, I sincerely hope we get some answers as well as turn around for the better. Hello and welcome to another edition of Today with John and Helen, live, your wholesome family show. And happy Easter to our Christian partners, brothers and sisters. My name is John Senaya.
Every week when we sit down here, I'd like to start this show really happy with my face smiling and all of it. But unfortunately, sometimes I really can't find the smile. Well, today on the show, we remember the ultimate sacrifice that was paid many years ago by one who knew no sin, but paid for the sins of all Christians. And so we join Christians today, this weekend, to celebrate the death and the resurrection of Jesus Christ. And we hope that there will be some difference in the lives of
all of us.
Faithfuls, yes.
Yes, of course.
And so it's a victory of good over evil. From all of us here on the show, it's Happy Easter, even when we think about all the bad things that are happening. I'm Helen Ongmaudele. Good morning.
And as we celebrate Easter, yes, as we celebrate Easter, we dedicate this week's show to everyone, man, woman, young and old, who has ever been abused, violated, dehumanized, and made to feel worthless by another. It's a conversation dedicated to unearthing the evil called domestic violence.
Yes, it is. So we invite you to share this experience with us. Today's show is like none other. I can tell you that. Believe me. Time to take a very quick break. When we return, we turn on the heat as we look at domestic violence. And by the way, we have a survivor in the studio to share her story. Please don't go anywhere. This is Today with John and Helen on Plus TV. We'll be right back.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plusttvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Thanks for staying tuned, and a happy Easter celebration to all our Christian brothers and sisters. This is the program totally dedicated to everything that is family friendly. If you've just joined us, you are welcome.
And John, my heart is so heavy, but we should take a peep into events of the week. Anything that made you a little happy and probably thought there was some hope somewhere?
No, let's talk about a little confused.
A little confused, okay? Okay.
Because I've been reading all kinds of stories about the Lekki toll plaza. Nobody knows if it's taking effect or not. We saw pictures of armed policemen at the toll gate. Wow. And it's like, by this morning, I read that it's been suspended again, just to allow people to register for it.
Armed policemen at the toll gate. Is that a war zone?
Armed policemen.
Armed policemen at the toll gate.
At the toll gate. But we're told the governor has stepped in.
Okay.
And
so there's a postponement.
I don't know what.
But the issue of that toll gate and the NSAS thing is still mated.
It's still there.
We haven't concluded what happened and where to move to. So why is a decision being taken about on the toll gates?
Yeah, well, I think revenue is...
So when you talk about confusion, there are a lot of things confusion.
Yeah, revenue is being lost at the toll gates, and that's very important.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yeah, well, that's very important to who you may ask.
That's the big question,
That's the
Helen.
big question.
That's the big
and this week also, Ebele, Obiano woman is very much in the news. Sometime in the week, they say she was picked up for alleged one crime or the other. She's been questioned. I don't know if she's been let off. And so that is somebody who is also vying. She's trying to be, to go into the house of... she's trying to go to Senate from Anambra State, and with all of the history, with all of the stories surrounding her. And then you begin to ask yourself, what kind of society are we in at this point in time? But that's where we find ourselves. Yeah? And unfortunately, something that gave us the reason for this show, very sad news. The Ekweme Girl, that is one song, one worship song that is awesome, and everybody, got hooked onto it. Unfortunately, we do not have the true story of what happened.
We don't yet. It's really unfortunate, but I hope that this will mark a turnaround, like we said earlier.
We pray so. We pray so that somebody's life is lost and so many others are saved. I read, I think was it on Wednesday or Thursday, that a girl whose wedding was like a week ahead
she got
called off the wedding, you know, because she saw some red flags already, and she's like,
and this,
I don't want to be there.
This is getting serial now. You know, I don't know.
That's the word, Syria.
It's getting serial.
Syria, because we're in a world where people are not punished for being wicked. You know, we talk about it like this. The press is on things like this when they happen, and give it a week, give it 2 weeks, and it simmers down, and some other things just come and take front.
I'm sure we should unravel all of that a bit somehow.
All right.
When the program starts, Helen.
Okay, we will. We will. All right, so the reality of the evil of domestic violence, domestic abuse, or intimate partner violence, these are words, you know, telling us the same thing, is the focus of today's show. Against the background of the happenings from the past few days, we shall attempt today to walk down on learning this very, very bad behavior, as well as find out what impact it has on the family and the society at large.
Yeah, and so to take us through her ordeal, experience, and victory is Ivie Edobo, mother of 3, a victim who has been in and out of court and hospital after she was brutally assaulted by her estranged husband, and with, you know, a lot to show for it.
A loss and a scar to show for it. Our guest is a strong, determined single mother. She's ready to fight for the rights of her 3 beautiful daughters and any other woman, come rain, come shine. She's currently head human resources for a telecom service company. Our guest shares her painful story, no more as a victim today, but thankfully as a survivor. Please join us to welcome Ivie Edobo to Today with John and Helen.
Yeah,
thank you for having me. I have goosebumps, you know, as I'm talking about you.
Yes.
And I'm just meeting you for the very first time. Thank you for taking time to speak with us today on this matter.
I'm very glad to be here, at least to share. Maybe one or two people will be saved.
So I'll be the one to dive in first.
Okay.
So now it looks like we're in the season of domestic violence. You know, the media is awash and inundated with news of abusive husbands, wives, fathers, partners, and what have you. Some say it's always been like this. Okay, but we believe otherwise. What's your position? Has it always been like this?
My position is that it's always been like this, but we were in the age where you couldn't talk about it. It still happens now, you know, because of the backlash. A lot of people fear, you know, the backlash. But I think a lot of people are braver now. A lot of people speak about it, me being one of them. And so many people speak about it now, really. It had happened to a lot of people before, but nobody had, you know, had the guts to speak about it. But people speak about it now, and that is why you hear so much about it now.
Okay, so could you please broaden the domestic violence spectrum for us? Of course, it's not restricted.
Yes,
you know,
that was what I was about to say. Okay. Domestic violence is not restricted to the physical part, you know. It starts from the emotional part. You know, it can be emotional, it can be physical, it can be psychological, it can even be financial. Those are all part of domestic violence, because what happens with domestic violence is that somebody tries to cage you using something as a weapon. It might either be physical, obviously, or somebody belittles you 24/7. It's also domestic violence because you start to feel little of yourself. It can also be financial. The person takes away everything that will give you the power to be able to do something on your own. So financial restraint is also domestic violence, really.
Financial restraint.
Oh, yes. And that happened to me, too. Because when we started, I have always been a forerunner in my field. I started with telecoms. My ex was in the banking industry. And after being in telecoms for such a long time, I decided to veer into the banking industry. Obviously, with the experience that I had from telecoms, I wasn't going to start from the base.
Sure. Yeah.
So I started, at a higher position in the bank. He was in another bank, I was in another bank, and it became an issue, really.
Wow.
Because it was more or less, you're trying to compete with me. And the department I was in opened me to meeting a lot of people that were higher than him where he was. I was in procurement, and so I had to meet MDs of big companies, telecoms companies, computerware companies. And so you go out, and I have people, wanting to meet me. Mrs. V, and he's standing next to me, and he's like, and so when you get home, it's World War III.
So the point is that the spectrum is really
you can't limit it to anything. It can be anything.
Yes.
You can start on anything.
Yeah.
As my mother will tell you, now from clap they enter dance. So it's like an event. It moves from one stage to another before it gets to it escalates to the physical part.
Yeah. Okay. Now, no prize. No prize for guessing that domestic violence never occurs without warning signs, right? So, what are these? What kind of warning signs, and why do many choose to ignore them?
I had a lot of warning signs, but as you say, we choose to ignore them. I think my reason was because my parents knew from the get-go that I did not want to get married.
Okay.
I
So
didn't want to
every
get
reason
married.
you brought forward
So
was like
every
an
reason
excuse.
was like an excuse to leave. I didn't even talk about it because I felt that they would think it was an excuse. And so I dealt with it. But it started from having a conversation with somebody, and he always had to win the conversation. If he did not win the conversation, it was a problem.
So that's a warning sign.
Oh, yes. Because you can't have a conversation with somebody. You guys are on two opposing sides. You can't always win. I have my view, you have your view.
Okay.
And everybody should be able to have their view. But when somebody takes the other view and you get angry about it, then it's a problem.
So what other signs?
Then you have somebody that is very hot-tempered. Somebody decides to throw things because you are angry. Or somebody decides to keep malice with you. You stay in the same house and the person is not talking to you, he's not eating your food or whatever. It's a warning sign. It's a red flag.
But can't these things be resolved?
It can only be resolved when the other party wants it to be resolved. If he doesn't want it resolved, nothing happens. You are now on the receiving end. You always have to be the one to say I'm sorry. And if I don't say I'm sorry, then the quarrel continues.
Yeah. We even know from experience that even before you get married, now we're looking at domestic violence as it relates to couples.
Yes.
Because like you said, domestic violence is...
It's been with us forever.
Yeah, it's not even just restricted to couples.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
So now let's look at this issue of couples and domestic violence. Even before you get married, there would have been some signs.
I think it was part of the problem I had. We did not court per se. Like I told you, I didn't want to get married. And so it was a situation where he is a cousin to a close family friend, and then they match made us. Let's say we met sometime in October, by January I was married. So I didn't have the opportunity to sit down and learn it. But by the time we got married, I started seeing it. Even if it wasn't on me initially, maybe siblings, and then, a sibling steps out of line and he throws it. That's it. And I'm like, okay. And then you want to believe, or you want to convince yourself that it stops with the sibling. It won't get to you now. After all, he will respect me enough not to bring it.
Because it's about a personality, it's about a character trait, it's about the makeup of that person. Sometime this week too, while I was pondering on this, I stumbled on a write-up that they were talking about. We have loads of boys in men, in the body of men, boys who haven't really been schooled on what it takes to be the real man, worthy of a husband and a father?
Really, because you don't react to everything. I feel that the more mature you get, you know, the more it becomes necessary for you to be able to sieve through certain things that you ignore and certain things that you react to.
Yeah.
But the way it is now, everybody just want to react. You react without thinking about it. That isn't what a man that is mature and ready to be married does. There are certain things that you ignore. Really.
Could we try? Let's try
So
balance.
it's not really about whether you courted for 5 years, 10 years before you settled in.
Some of those characters are there. They are there naturally.
I was going to try and balance this out a bit, because I mean, it looks like we're beginning to say you're not a man, a man.
No, not necessarily.
Because even women champion domestic violence.
I use myself as an example.
Most
At a
times,
point in my life, even with my children, I used to be very hot-tempered. Me as a person, with my children, I used to be very hot-tempered. After a while, I just assumed that I was taking my anger out on them. And so I had to retrace my steps. And rather than reacting, I sit down, I think about it a bit before I go and I talk to them. So I had anger issues before, especially when I just got separated, because it was as if I bottled so many things inside, and I started reacting to my children. So it can be either way. I've seen some women that are violent, throw things around, break things, and have a very sharp tongue too. So it can be either way. It's just that it's prevalent with the men, especially when you know that you are stronger than someone. You have a tendency to want to, hinge on that.
Yeah.
And the strength and the fact that you talked about the financial independence and that aspect. So that makes it more prevalent with them.
When you are totally dependent on somebody, finances becomes a weapon. Because I have to come to you for every single thing I need to do. And if you don't make it happen, then it doesn't happen. It hurts me. And that is that's indirectly trying to, you're breaking me. Because if I can't do it, and I know that I have to come and meet you to ask you to do it, and then you tell me no, it breaks me. It breaks me in bits until I become I think so little of myself.
Self-esteem.
Especially when you're a woman, you have those little things. I want to buy a sanitary towel. I want to change my pants. I want to do, and then you have to go and walk up to a man to tell him to give you, and the person doesn't give you. It breaks you inside. You think so little of yourself.
Well, we're going to another territory altogether. Because a lot of people will ask you today, why would a woman be completely dependent on her spouse? I mean, she's not an invalid. Even if she was, there are a couple of things that the wife could do. But today we're looking at the violence issue, and you are here as a survivor. And so we're going to concentrate on your story and your experience so that we can help a lot of people who are out there with whatever questions and whatever issues they're dealing with at this point in time. So, there seems to be a code of secrecy attached to domestic violence. What are the implications of this? And why would we not speak out? Why are you dying and you can't say, I am dying, I need help?
I tell a lot of people that it's the fear of the unknown. I tell people that I took that blind leap of faith, because it's a blind leap of faith. You really don't know what is on the other side. But why a lot of people keep silent right now is because there's a backlash that comes with it. I still face that backlash. I lost a lot of friends. I lost a lot of relatives. I lost a lot of colleagues that felt that speaking about it was a taboo.
Even in the 21st century?
Oh, yes. I had family members that said, these kind of things are not things you talk about. I'm dying. Mine was even worse because I had already walked and you attacked me after I had left. But it was still a taboo because they play that leg, is he not the father of your children? And I'm saying, am I not the father of his Yeah,
No,
but
the
am I
mother
not
of
the
the
mother of
children?
his children? Didn't you see my children's face in my eyes when you attacked me? But it's there. A lot of people, I feel that even the lady in that, the musician that died, it could have been anything, because you have pastors that tell you that it's not something to talk about.
Yeah.
You have people in the church that would have chastised her for talking about it.
They'll
You
tell
have friends
divorce
and
is not-
family
divorce is not
that
an
will
option.
still have talked about it. When I talked, I was in hospital for a while when my leg got broken. I was in hospital for a very long time, battling to save my leg. But in that time, I got the fillers. My dad had gone to the where I had filed the case and took it off and said, no, we're going to settle. You want to settle it out of court. And so I'm saying, why do you want to settle it out of court? You're settling it out of court because you want to keep a cap on it. You don't want people to hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I felt that was going to happen, I put my story out on social media, because social media is like wildfire. You can't stop it anymore. You can't even control it. And so by the time I put it out on social media, there was no stopping it anymore. It changed the dynamics of things. Because while I was in hospital, they were doing a meeting within the family to try
it up.
Settle. As in, we were going to settle, and then you were going to send me back so that I can die finally. But there's the backlash. Even today, I still have people that talk about it. You don't want to become, you want to be Mrs. Somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't
Mrs.
want
somebody
that
alive or dead.
title of being a single parent, because that being a single parent also comes with its own dynamics.
True.
You want to get a house, they tell you to bring a man.
True.
You want to travel with a child, you have to bring a man. You go to some functions and people are wondering,
where is the mister?
Where is the mister? And so a lot of people fear that. Some other people fear the financial part of it. When you leave, what next? Not everybody has the mind to do odd jobs and certain things to be able to cater for your children. A lot of people just want to continue with the life that they were living comfortably when they were with the man.
And especially if you have younger children.
Oh, yes.
How do you explain? How do you make them understand?
But I felt, especially because I have 3 daughters, I didn't want them to grow up with the impression that it was okay for that to happen. I had a lot of people say, you have daughters, oh, why are you putting their father all over the place? Why are you fighting him? Why are you taking their father to court? Why do you want to see their father in jail? And I'm saying, the fact remains, he did something that merits him being in jail.
Okay, let me dive in at that point, because it takes, in the context of this discussion, it takes a brave woman to be able to come and do what you're doing now. Speak out. Okay, victims of domestic abuse, oftentimes don't know when to cry out. When and where do we draw the line and say, hey, enough is enough? When and where?
Look, I think everybody has, it's just like how everybody has their own threshold of pain. I drew the line when it became physical.
Okay.
I drew the line when it became physical.
How physical did you get?
Oh, I've received, slaps. I've been locked out of my room before, and then I have to go and sleep in the children's room. I've been talked down to in public.
Called you names.
Called me names, told me that I did not make him a man because he doesn't have a son. So certain people draw the line. I know a few people that won't even take the insult. Once the insults and belittling starts,
they walk.
They walk. They cry. They move.
And they're like, no, I can't take it anymore. But I felt sometimes you sit down and you think that the person is going to change. But now I tell my children that what you can't change before you enter into the house only gets worse when you get in.
True. Because now there's a reason for you to stay there.
You can't change it. And then some people stay because of their children, because they feel that their children will be judged, will be given titles. But I have groomed my children in such a way that I tell them some things are not acceptable. They are not acceptable on any grounds.
But
Either way.
Doesn't it negate our cultural belief?
That cultural belief is what has sent a lot of people to their grave as we speak. Because a woman is not meant to be heard. I read somewhere, I think that was yesterday, and a man said that part of the reason why some women get beaten is because you reply the man. Some of the reasons why women get beaten is because you want to rub shoulder with the man. And I'm like, in this day and age, where we share bills, and I can't have a say.
Yeah.
Okay. That's traditional thing. When I got back home to my father's house, my father kept me in the room that I stayed in as a child and said that we had to be there because we weren't supposed to be seen or heard. It was as if it was a taboo for people to know that I came back home from my husband's house.
Okay, we'll pick it up. We'll pick it up from there because right now
a woman is not supposed to be heard. A woman is supposed to be protected, shielded from every form of violence and danger and evil. Have a Fiesta said, never be pushed into silence. Never allow yourself to be made a victim. Accept no one's definition of you as a person. Rather, define yourself. That's what's running through my mind at this point. That John has said we need to take a break. So if you just joined us, there is a lot more to hear from our guest on the show this morning and to learn about domestic violence. We'll take that quick break and we'll be back before you know it. Please don't go anywhere.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, PlusTvAfrica, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to 2 things. 1, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Yes, it's today with John and Helen on Plus TV Africa, and Ivie Edobo, our guest today, the domestic survivor of violence, domestic violence, is still with here in the studio. Ivie, once again, thanks for joining us on this show. Helen,
so
I'll allow you to fire now.
Okay, so let's fire. For victims of domestic abuse, analyzing and talking about it is not enough because there's a lot of talking about it, the media, everyone. What is more important is how to stop it. So what advice or steps would you recommend to many victims of domestic violence who are either too scared or too timid to free themselves? What should they do?
Well, there are a lot of support groups now. Before, there weren't so many support groups, so people didn't know who to turn to or who to speak about it without getting judged. But now there are so many support groups for domestic violence survivors. There are support groups for single parents. There are support groups for, I know I'm part of one, a support group that has both single, married, but it's called broken but not, I've forgotten, but it just means that, you know, you made it
Is it only a female group?
It's a female group.
Not
it's a female group. We also have another group that is movement against domestic violence and all that. That has both female and male. Now, in those kind of groups, you also have legal practitioners. You also have members of the society that have a say. You also have members of the police force. Because I feel that the more you talk about it, the more people tend to understand what you are going through, and it's easier for you to get justice. My problem with the justice system, unfortunately, it doesn't work, really,
at all
in our own society. Okay. It gets to a point, and then it stops. My case, for example, my case was on in court, but my ex was able to get an American visa and leave the country while the case was
still on. Okay.
How did that happen?
So inconclusive.
Now, he has jumped bail and skipped the country. There's a bench warrant, but what next? So it comes to a halt. And these are part of the reasons why a lot of people don't even bother.
Yeah.
Because I tell a lot of people, when you leave, what next? Is the question on everybody's mind. Especially for, like, my case is even different because I'm tough. I could move with the tide. But there are some people that they don't have anything doing.
They're broken for life. Completely.
You're totally broken. And then they feel so sorry for themselves that they can't take the next step.
Yeah.
There are some people that do not have, they want to leave, but they do not have anywhere to go to.
And it makes it worse.
And
when
so
the
you
partner
stay.
knows that you have no other option.
Well, you see, the first port of call usually is expected to
The family.
is the family. You know, as a support group. You know, what role do you even expect a family to play?
I think now people understand that it is okay for you to come home. There was that notion of, it's not okay for you to come home. Stay where you did. I've married you off, you know. But people need to understand, or parents need to understand, that it's okay for your child to come home.
Back home.
Come back home. Because a lot of people will not be accepted back home, and so they stay. But if you have a family that is going to welcome you back with open arms and say, I'm glad you came back alive.
So marriage is not expulsion.
And coming back home, it's really not like final. There's need for that point where you welcome and encourage that person to come out of trouble, you know, to give family members and friends the opportunity to probably address the matter
because
and find
some
solutions.
Families still see it as something bad. People need to understand that it is not bad. I would rather have my child back home alive in one piece than to see her 6 feet under.
Was your family supporting you?
My mother and my sisters all rallied around me.
Okay.
And so it was better for me.
Yeah.
I had that support from my siblings and my mother. My mother will always, Ivy, look, what do you want to do?
Yeah.
That was my question. You want to go, her question was, do you want to go back or you want to leave? And I said, I'm not going back. I'd rather be alive and watch my children grow than to die. And she said, if that is what you want, then we're behind you.
Yeah.
Okay.
So once you have that support, it becomes a bit easier. But a lot of people don't.
Because when you talk about what your mom asked, what do you want? It means that she recognizes that you are at a point where you can take a decision. But in situations where we marry off babies, very young girls, who really can't even take a decision for themselves, and they find themselves in this position, what does the society, what's in place for, like neighbors, somebody sees there's danger somewhere, can anybody speak out? Have you
I think it's now a lot of people are speaking up, obviously. I am one that will be driving on the road and I see somebody holding a baby or a child, where the danger is, and I stop. And I tell you, hey, put that child the other way. So people are a bit more exposed now. People are also able to pick the signs now because you talk about it and people start to pick here and there. I tell people that we're going to keep talking until we are heard. It might seem as if people are not hearing, but people are hearing. Okay. People pick the signs. I, for one, can pick the sign if I see somebody that is having an issue. Take, for example, there's a child in my children's school, and my daughter came back and says, Mommy, this girl behaves funny. Sometimes she's looking at some funny things on the internet that children are not supposed to be looking at. And I picked it and said, that child is being abused. She's too young in JS1 to be looking at stuff like that. And I called the owner of the school and said, I'm not telling you to make it obvious, but have a conversation with that child. Okay. And they did. And found out that her mother is not around. And she's growing up with just her dad. And her dad has all this, this person is working for me, this person is working for me. He's not around. And so it was a flag. And so it might not be something like that, but people have, you can actually pick those flags here and there. You might have a child that is melancholic in class all day.
Yeah.
You
might even have an adult that is,
depression.
And then you pick it. Something is wrong somewhere.
Okay. I need you to elaborate a little bit more about this fear for stigmatization. Okay. You came out of it with all of the backlash. You're here.
Oh, yes.
So I need you to address that issue. How should we perceive? How important is it to really ponder and think about the backlash, stigmatization?
If you allow the fear of the stigmatization and the backlash get to you, you will remain static. You will never move from that point. You will still want that. A lot of people want that pity party, people feel sorry for me. But they're only going to feel sorry for you for a little bit. And then everybody goes back to their lives.
Everybody has their issues.
Oh, yes. And so for me, I say the best thing is I developed a thick skin. Till today, I'm sure even after this show, some people are going to see me. And stories are still going to come up. Yeah. People are going to dig up stories of, my messy divorce and all that. But I don't allow it get to me anymore. When people see me, a lot of people know my name. And they expect to see a woman that is, still, a shadow of herself and all that. I said, no. There is life after domestic violence. And the life will continue, especially for those of us that have children. Your children see everything that you do.
Yeah.
And so if you still stay in that box, afraid of what people are going to say about you, you're never going to move on.
Sure.
And your abuser wins because that is what they want.
Yeah.
Even after you leave, they are still abusing you psychologically. And if at the end of the day, you go into a shell, they are still winning. Okay. Yeah. And so I tell people, get out of it. I changed a lot after what happened to me. I have extra piercings. not because of anything, but I wanted to feel good about me, not for anybody. I have a haircut, I have different hair colors. That is to make myself feel good. If you don't like it,
and you look
that's
good
your
too.
bit. Thank you. It's your bit.
Yes.
I try to take away the whole emphasis on my bad leg, because I agree I have a bad leg. All well and good. But I want to feel good about myself. I want my children to feel good about me. My children decide what. Mommy, are you going to put on another one? I say, where do you want me to put it?
Good.
Because you need to feel good about yourself. You need to take the bull by the horn and move on.
Okay.
But you see, sorry, this is getting really.
Go ahead.
Now we've talked about family support, right? But there's so much, family can do in a situation like this. There are times when you need maybe legal backing, support, and all.
Oh
that.
yes.
That points at government. What kind of support do you think victims of domestic violence or abuse are getting from government? Are they getting enough?
Unfortunately, okay, if it's in Lagos State, to some extent, yes. I won't hold that against them, because in my time, I had an NGO backing me, and today, we are, the woman means so much to me. Project Alert, Josephine Chukuma.
I know her.
She took me by the hand, got me a lawyer, followed up with me 24/7, ensured that my case was taken up by Lagos State, and followed up with Lagos State until the DPP was handling my case. Now, I couldn't have done that without the NGO.
Yes.
But it shouldn't be the NGO that is at the forefront. It should be the government. True. You put laws in place, but who follows through with it? Who ensures that it's being enforced? Yeah. Because when you go to the police, the first thing they tell you is husband-wife matter. And once that comes into it, it's gone. Nothing happens.
Okay.
The government needs to do a bit more. If they know that it's not something that they can do at the forefront, then they should set up or encourage the NGOs, empower them with the funding. Because I got a lawyer through the NGO, not through the government. It was my lawyer that followed up with the government, Lagos State, for the DPP to now be involved. If I didn't have that lawyer, nothing would have happened.
Yeah, absolutely.
They were the ones that upped my case from a case of just wounding to grievous bodily harm. It was the pressure from the NGO and the public, not the government. The government came after, yes, especially Lagos State. They encourage you with funding, a bit of funding to help you. They helped me with some of my bills and got me to be able to do physio and all that with the General Hospital. I think it's last suit or so in Ikeja.
Yeah.
So they do that and they give you a little something. But it doesn't end with just the physical pain. The physical pain is just a bit of it. The psychological one.
Yeah, psychological.
I don't sleep. My children call me chief security because I suffer a PTSD. I sleep, and when I fall into a deep sleep, I have nightmares. So I wake up. And so I'm awake 24/7, more or less. For my children, I didn't want them to have that wrong impression. And so they had to go for counseling. Especially my last shrinks. Then she sees a man and she pulls back. And so everybody had to go for counseling. My second daughter is as tough as I am. And so she started having like a hatred. You know when you have children that have those T-shirts, I love Daddy, and my daughter shredded all, including the ones that her sisters had. She said, "With Daddy, what's that?" You mentioned daddy in the house, and she said, "Who is that? I don't want to hear that word." And so I knew that there was a problem. So sometimes you feel that it's just the two adults
the man
involved,
and woman,
but it
no.
affects the children themselves.
Even
I didn't even
mothers.
know my first daughter, had seen so much. I had to send her to, her cousins and all that, and she needed me to get a book for her. And I opened her bag and I brought out a book, and I saw on the book my life. And so I opened it, and I looked at it and I started shedding tears because she had seen everything, from the ones I tried to hide.
And she had written them.
Oh, yes. From the ones I tried to code, the ones I tried, it was all there. Wow. And if you see my first daughter now, she's quiet. It's as if she processed it first. She processed it first. I want to process it well before I say something.
Yeah.
And so you need that help. You can never overemphasize that the help that victims need. You can't overemphasize the help that survivors need. Yeah. There has to be a total rearrangement of the mindset of people, both the police, the government, even neighbors themselves.
I need to ask a question at this point, because when we're talking about the abuser and the victim, is there anybody really, male, female, that is born to abuse the other person? And if there isn't, for the person who is being abused, the victim, it gets to a point where you unfortunately begin to think that you deserve what you're getting.
Oh, yes. Yes. I have people that have told me when I was speaking of that, even you seem to, because when we were tackling this issue at the beginning, I had so much anger in me that I kept on reacting to everything he says. I react. And then people told me, don't you think that is this your sharp mouth that is making him to beat you?
Okay.
And I'm saying, I grew up in a house where my father doesn't touch a girl. Yeah. So why would he be the one to hit me? What happened to you talking to me?
Okay. Wow. Talking to me, that is the key word that we're taking at this point in time. Because everything about life is about communication. Exactly. Identifying that you're dealing with another human being who's got 100% right of her opinion or his opinion, just like you do. And there must be a point where we table the issues, and arrive at a conclusion. And when that is unable to be achieved, then whether domestic violence or not, everything else is a challenge, is a problem.
I think you get to a point
a final word from you, please.
You get to a point where rather than reacting, walk away.
Okay.
I say that. Rather than getting to the point where you have to strike another person, walk away. What happened to divorce? I'm not doing it again. I can't take it anymore. You go, and I'll go.
Well, I'm speechless, Helen. I'm just speechless. Thank you for...
This is a true life story. She's here. She walked into the studio with her, the beautiful
cane.
Beautiful cane. I don't know why I'm using that word, but it says a lot about who you have become today. Oh, yeah. And you are a lot of help to so many women, men. That's why at the point I asked, the group you belong to, are they men? Because there are also men who have been victimized. So this is a true story, and true stories leave us with a lot of hope and lessons, that we learn for life. It opens the door, for those who are trapped, and they help them to find answers and courage, to break that circle of silence and to choose life over death. Thank you once again. Thank you so much. We wish you the very best. Wish you the very best. We're so proud of you, and you're beautiful. Thank you.
I was going to talk about the hairstyle, but we'll save that for another day. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you.
So, thank you, Ivy. And we want to wish you success and the strength, to go all the way. Moving on, it's time to join the gym instructor for some shake-up, like we always do.
And immediately after that, Pharaoh Shonuga joins the show with her guest for an equally engaging conversation. This time, they're going to be talking about couples, joint bank accounts, and other sore area. Right now, it's over to the gym instructor. Let's go.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hello everyone and welcome to the fitness section of today's show. As you can see, we're on the floor today because we're working abs and our core muscles. As always, my name is Dolly Phillips and with me is Elvis in the house. All right, so we're going to start with a quick stretch while we're here and then go straight into our workout of the day. So deep breath in and out, in and out, in and out. Last one, in and out. Drop your head side to side, nice and gentle. Don't strain that neck. 2 more. 1 more and relax. Now head it down and up, down and up. Make sure your chin touches your chest. That's a good one. Good. 2 more. 1 more. And relax. Now from this position, you're going to stretch your hands forward and just relax those shoulders and your lower back. Drop your forehead down to the floor if you can. If not, just stay in a neutral position. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And let's roll up gently. Hands behind your back, clasp and squeeze those shoulder blades together as you raise your chest to the ceiling. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and relax. Hands on your shoulders, rotate backwards for 4, 3, 2, and 1, and opposite direction, 4, 3, 2, and 1, and shake it out. Okay, so we're going to start with our bird dog. Now, bird dog is always in your all fours position. We're going to extend the left leg out and the right leg. And now we're going to touch our ankle in this tiger crunch here. So here, here. Have we got it? And your time starts now. Let's go. Now, reach for those ankles. Extend your leg back and try to touch your ankles. It's very easy to touch the knees, but we want you to go further. Touch your ankles. Very good. You have 10 seconds left. Come on, push. 2, and 1, and time. Awesome. Next workout is push-ups. Now, Elvis is going to do normal push-ups, but I'm going to do my push-ups on my knees. So pelvis to the floor, and we work down and up. Take your time. Don't rush it.